Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the weekend's triple treat here on the coach's desk with host Coach Minzy. Yes, and we have a lot to talk about today, people. A whole lot to talk about. Yes, we're here to discuss football. And as you can see in the topic, the Reggae Boyz provisional 60-man squad for the Gold Cup, and also Paul Hall being elected or selected as our assistant coach. Yes, my people, we're here. And definitely, first of all, like the live, people, share the live. Big up to the persons on Facebook and the persons here on YouTube. So I want to say thank you to all the persons who continue to watch the Coach's Desk. Thanks to the subscribers, whether you're a new subscriber, whether you're not so new, and or whether you're have been here from the inception. Big up yourselves. And of course, we appreciate you. Thanks to all the silent listeners and watchers of this show. Yes, man, we appreciate you as well. Big up yourselves. You know what I mean? Also, I want to say big shout out to all the Reggae Boyz. Yes, they watch the show. So I'm saying to you, big up to the Reggae Boyz who have been watching the show. Thanks very much for tuning in. But I just want to tell you, Reggae Boyz, whatever we see on this program, I don't want you to take it personally. Yeah, man. I know we can be very critical, but it is constructive criticism. We are critical of the JFF. We are critical of the times when you play bad, and we laud you when you play well. So I don't want you to take it personal, even though we know that, you're humans and sometimes some of the comments might come across harsh. But one thing though, on this show, we try to ensure that we don't reach to a level where we slander our players or the administration. So you don't have to worry. Once you're in the public eyes, definitely you'll be up for criticism. But we do critical analysis of players, how they play and so forth. But I just want to stop by to tell you, thanks for tuning into the show. Yeah, man, big up on yourself, man. And all the persons who watch the show, and go back and tell the Reggae Boyz them what go on. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. So, people, so many things to discuss, you know. We have a 60-man squad. Is it a balanced squad? Yeah. From what I look at, you have 8 goalkeepers, 15 defenders, 18 midfielders, and 19 forward. Yeah, that's the composition of the 60-man squad. But we delve into that a little bit more as we go forward. I want to throw out these questions, though. Is the football going in the right direction? Is it? That's a question I want you to think on. Is the football going in the right direction? Have players improved under Coach Tapper Whitmore's tutelage? That's another question I want you to look on. Yes, people. So don't get it twisted. We're just critically analyzing the thing, and we want to ensure that the program improve. So whatever we say, whatever ideas we come up with, whatever way we speak, it is as a result of us wanting the football to improve. You know what I mean? When we look at Paul Hall being called up to be the assistant of the Reggae Boyz, we look at Paul Hall, he had a wonderful career for the Reggae Boyz. He came in, his presence in the Reggae Boyz team for the 98 campaign was awesome. He played his all for the country. I respect him. Him coming to the program right now will bring a lot of competence. He'll bring a lot of experience because over the years he'd have played for like about 15 clubs right across England. You know what I mean? So he brings a lot of experience. Even in his coaching career, he would have gained a little experience there as well. But I mean, why I say is it moving in the right direction? Because when you look on the grand scheme of things, it seems to me like this is just a short-term fix. Yes, we want Whitmore to get the assistance. We want the football to improve. But getting Paul Hall for merely on a part-time basis, to me, in my estimation, is just a short-term fix. You know what I mean? And I mean, it is not something that I take lightly because I don't know what the circumstances why he didn't accept if they pushed a permanent position to him and he wasn't able to accept it. I look at those things, you know what I mean? But let's see, because this move to get him on a permanent basis, that I believe could have assisted in the development of football. Right now, it is just for the national team, senior team. What about when you look at it, if you're getting an assistant coach, he should be one that actually rep your youth level teams, like the under 17 or the under 23s or the under 20. You know what I mean? But that is not, I suspect that is not going to happen. But nevertheless, we welcome Paul Hall's experience, we welcome his knowledge to the program. He has been doing an excellent job over there in QPR. So we believe that he brings a world of experience. From what we understand is that he's a UEFA Pro license coach. And that's, I mean, many persons probably are a bit skeptic when it comes on to, you know, a coach with a high level of coach's education as opposed to someone who doesn't have it. But I mean, I do believe he will bring a wealth of knowledge to the program, and his presence will be a difference in the dressing room. Definitely, he will help Coach Whitmore to the maximum. You know what I mean? Because the same way I believe he plays on the field in terms of giving his all, even though, of course, his name is All. So I do believe that All will give his all to the national program in coaching. So congrats to Paul Hall again. Big moves by the JFF. The JFF has been doing a lot of work behind the scene. I see where they have come up with about 15 sponsors for both the female team and the male team. So that's a good move from the JFF. You know that we put them up here when they do good, but we gently remind them of some of the things that they are not carrying out. So yeah, people, let's jump over to the comment section and see what persons are saying already. Yeah, man, I know people are excited already for this weekend show. Big up on yourself. Michael is in the building. Michael said, I'm patiently waiting on you. I'm here, Michael. Big up yourself. Welcome. Jaden Matthews, welcome to the show. Fresh God, captain of the comment section. Big up yourself. Welcome, man. Jermaine Allen, welcome to the show. Up and running. Owen, welcome to the show. Howard Shin, welcome to the show. Yeah, Coach Marvel, what treats does the Marvel studio have for us? Big up yourself, Howard Shin. Jason Ferran, welcome, man. Big up yourself again. God bless youth. Welcome. All right. Nati Congo, welcome, man. Big up yourself. I said, Jason, people are coming from about 1 o'clock. Well, I tell you, yeah, man, fresh God. Ian Campbell, the big man. Yeah, man. Ian does a lot of work behind the scene, you know, people. Yeah, man, we have to big up Ian Campbell, man. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Ian. Validon Music, welcome to the show. Some man name in a highlights and not others. I don't understand that, Howard. Yankee Graham, big up yourself. No, it's not legal. It's not legal, Yankee. But you know, we have our show for that. We soon talk about that, Yankee. Brown man secured in the building. Welcome and bless up yourself. All right. Owen said that was a good move by the Federation, adding Paul Hall. Yes, definitely it is a good move. Top 10. Yeah, man. Top 10. You see me in a blue today. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Here, them are gonna beat the old boy tonight. Formula Sport. Yeah, man, big up yourself, Formula. People, remember to support the Formula Sports as well, you know. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. And as Fresh God said, the disclaimer, so the views expressed here on the coach's desk are not necessarily those of Coach Minzy. Yes, people. Yeah, man, we don't know where to put that in. All right. So, Young said, when I was watching the race, the wind coming like a hurricane in the stadium when looking at the flags in the stadium. Yeah, but it was moving across, not backwards or forward. It seemed to me like it was kind of, you know, coming from both sides. Coach, people are gonna get beaten tonight. Yeah, man. Valdo TV and Gaming, welcome. The share out program to some links. Damian Hines, Javon Watson over Grant. I do not understand that one. Watson 37, Grant 33. Haha, Damian will be talking more on that. Definitely. Ian Campbell say if you like up the stream, people. Yes, man. Share the live, people. Like it up. Yeah, man. Jermaine Hendricks, a bless up coaches. Katark is going to be mad because his player is not in the 60-man pool. I'm not certain what is going to be happening. What sort of mood Katark would be in tonight. Let's see when he shows up. Mr. Provision, welcome to the show, my friend. Big up yourself. People also remember to support Mr. Provision. He's a YouTuber as well. Yeah, man, does some great content over there. Cornell Ray, welcome. Some strange names in this 60-man provisional squad. Marlon, big up yourself, man. Welcome. Welcome to the weekend triple treat on the coach's desk. Please remember to like the video and to show your support. Yeah, man, respect. Jason, fresh God again. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. Comment moderators. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. Owen saying, all honesty, coach, most of those former players just want to give back. So even if it is short term, it is still good for us. Yes, I agree. Especially since we have so many UK-based players in the team. All right, I can accept that. Davian Carr, welcome. Jerome Waite should be our fitness coach. Yeah, you know, I'm doing well on that. Jerome Waite team, them ever fit already, you know. True, you're talking. Who said that? Trust me. Comment them run. People, when they see me stay like that, they know the comment. All right, I'm fine about the comment. All right, Leonard Clark, big up yourself, man. Welcome. Davian Carr said, Paul Hall is a very good addition. Yes, man. Good look, moving in the right direction. All right, cool. Javon plays. Welcome. Tennessee, big up yourself. Tennessee, me see up on a show today now. I never know say you that, you know. You know football, you know, youth. Yeah, man, you know football. Big up yourself, man. Stephen Jones, welcome. DJ Liverpool, welcome. Massive and crew there tonight. Early. No man no want miss nothing. Definitely. We say the pool big like Liverpool. You go on, you know. Theo Nero, big up yourself, man. Check. Jerry Anyweather, welcome, Virgin. Big up yourself, people. Check out Jerry Anyweather YouTube channel as well. Yeah, man, support the thing. Man, still a basking. I'm Chelsea glory, you know what I mean? Carvel Ray Francis, welcome. Marsha Roman Smith, welcome. Said disappointment. No Anthony Grant. J. Ross, welcome, man. Sports to the bone. Welcome, Sports to the bone. People who interested in cricket, the lovely cricket. Even though you know some things now go on to right with the cricket. But just go check out Sports to the Bone, man. Get some good content over there. Cricket, yeah, man. Even though the West Indies now go on good, Sports to the Bone cover some good content. Big up yourself, Lennox. Stephen Jones, welcome, man. Hopefully, Hall will bring modern training technique and tactical awareness to the technical sessions. Hey, something like that. I want to talk about, Stephen Jones, because you know, let me move on, yeah. And we soon get into that. Yeah, man. Respect for Sports to the Bone. Garth, big up yourself, Garth. I say blessings from abroad. All right, me receive it, man. Big up. Dwayne Morrison. What's your final 23, coach? Chano. They say people are put up on the spot right now. Hey, people, you see me? Coach is this. Coach Minzy. I am not too overly excited about this 60-man squad. No, me not excited. Because we know that some players not going to make it to the 23. I want to see the 23 drop. We're going to select our 23 now. But I want to see the 23 drop to see what the final squad is going to be looking like. Because I remember years gone, Ravel and Roof, I think it was a 2019 squad. They weren't in they didn't make the final cut. So I like what I see in some instances, but I'm not too excited. Serious thing. Yeah, man. I'm not too excited. World Athletic needs to do an investigation. True. All right. Jerome 876, welcome, man. Hi, Jerome. I don't know. Right, LFC. Big up yourself, brother. Yeah, man. People, when you don't know, especially if you're a Liverpool fan, you can go check out Ryan LFC. Yeah, man. Support the thing. Of course, he's a Jamaican and him do Jamaican content, but predominantly Liverpool. Big up yourself, Ryan. Jevon, please. Watson won't be named in the final 23, so I don't see what the big deal is. I agree with that. So that's why I'm saying now work up myself. You know what I mean? D. Ellsworth, welcome, Virgin. Big up yourself. Cataracta come junk. Drinking since squad drop. Hey, Dre, why you behave yourself? Why you behave yourself, Dre? Yeah, man. Mr. Special Edition. Same day, people. Welcome, Mr. Special Edition. Cornell Ray. JFF are vex. True, I know them first highlighted Grant. Really? Are that a go on? Why, I don't know still enough. The notion is that Grant is too old. Yeah. Glad for hear Paul Hall is now a part of the coaching staff. Yeah, man. Big up. Teddy Lee. Oh, how go on, Virgin? Teddy Lee. Carlington Clark, welcome. Yeah, man. I'm see all the people up in the place already, Amount of comment come in. We can't keep up, brother. Chris Smith, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Mark Chambers, welcome. The JFF need to do the marketing. Now, well, they have a marketing personnel now. So, I mean, so the Instagram page are going. Work are going, man. JFF are working on people. Yeah, man. They say Fenzik ready, All right. Yeah, I go FedEx some of the Fenzik them, Jason. Chano. Unseen. Go on, my brother. Welcome, man. Studio 3. What you're not excited with, coach? I just log on. I'm not too excited about the squad. I 23 I'm excited for to see. Yeah. Who are going to be selected from this squad? Yeah, man. Yes, special edition. A clock in. Michael Woodburn, up coach. Michael from North Carolina. Check in. Welcome. Cornell Ray. I'm interested in the 23-man squad too, not the Ocean squad. You see it? Yeah, man. You talk my language, man. Cool, no? I'm not too excited about this. 8-year-old Yashua and 13-year-old Shiloh Smith in the building. All right? Big up. So we have some youngsters watching, people. So this is a family program as well. That's why we try to keep it at a certain level. Because, some youngster watch program too, So big up yourself, Marshan or Yashua and Shiloh, Big up yourself. Theo Nero, I would choose Grant over Watson right now. I mean, like he deserves a chance, to prove, all right? Prove himself. Yeah, man. Watson take Grant. Hey, Fabula. Hey, you can't make me start laugh so early, people. Crystal Image, welcome to the show. Natty Congo said, blessings coach, the squad looking good. We still need a Lewis Baker, Nathan Redburn, and Allgate for the World Cup qualifiers. Validan said, big up. Welcome to the show. So when is the first day of work for Paul? That's a very good question, Studio 3. Grant never have no space to begin with. He was never in the JFF plans. Certainly. I think the Bob Marley Company and Umber needs to do a special edition Jamaica jersey. It would be fire. I mean, the name Watson should never mention in this discussion, but he has to be mentioned in this discussion because he's a part of the squad. Yeah, man. When does it get cut to 23? I think it's July 1 it to be cut to 23 if I'm not mistaken. Photos of Jamaica. Welcome, man, and big up yourself. Yeah, man. Alright, look at me. I catch up back with the thing, What's my grandpa to Grant? And him in Gavin Charles, welcome. What's the topic for tonight's show? Reggae Boyz Provisional 60-man Gold Cup squad. We're gonna discuss it. And also we're gonna be talking Paul Hall's inclusion as assistant coach. Yeah, man. So let's see what is happening here. All right. Travis, big up yourself. Leonard Clark. Howard shouldn't say, you mean you're not excited yet because if interested pieces aren't there, you would be optimistic. The problem is that, for me, I believe that some players aren't sorted out as yet. Read their papers, passport, from what I understand. If they are sorted out, remember, Gold Cup is close to some team returning to preseason and all of that. Especially like Brentford will just go back in the Premier League with Ethan Pinnock. Will all players be available? That's the question. That's why I'm not too excited. And the 23 can drop, and then we have a situation like what happened down at Japan. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, all of them. And the two of them I keep crossed. Yeah, man. Paul Marriott, welcome, brother. I'm 8 years old. My name is Ajani. I'm watching with Daddy. All right, Natty Congo and Ajani. Ajani, big up yourself, man. 8 years old. Ajani is in the building. Natty Congo, big up yourself. Yeah, man. All right, Teddy Lee said 5 forwards likely to make the 23-man squad. Mikel Antonio, Kemar Roof, Andre Gray, Shamar Nichols, and Devo Argyle. All right. Sir, me feel like if we don't give the results, give the results we need, Paul Hall will take over the job. Something I brew in some space, Leonard. Yeah, man. People, before I forget, we have a special guest coming up on Sunday evening, the last night of the Triple Treat. A special guest, somebody from the JFF people. Yes. Somebody from the JFF will be coming in and will be talking some of the things that are happening. Let's see who is it gonna be. Yeah. All right. What happened to big coach Mar? I wish Martin, Anthony, and Alex Marshall would be in the squad. All right. Johnson, Clark, Harris. Yeah, well, I mean, hear nothing about him, Mark Squidward. Big up yourself, Taylor. Why Jamal Watson in the squad? Why, brother? Welcome to the show, man. Big up yourself. You must have some, we're not going to read out a lot Oh boy. Wonder if you think he can be like Pandem at this Euro. Well, a journey for the 2030 World Cup. All right, big up. Welcome, Erd Natty. Top 10 says speed. Rashawn Bogle, welcome. Shane from New York. Big up yourself, Shane. Yeah, man. Samuel Fletcher, Corey Burke, or Deborah Argil. Who you prefer? So we can beat this person. Hey, want to be for yourself, you know. What kind of beating? So if you beat, you get information, Owen. If you beat, you're not getting the information. Gavin Jazz, they're not really a fan of the football, more of tracks analysis. So how I can get involved in tonight's program? Why, Gavin, Jano, you know, so the triple three really caters to the football, and we have the thank you, we have the from the track side, which is done on a Tuesday. Yes. So Gavin, just stick around and learn some football, man, and learn what go on in a Jamaica. Yeah, man, what go on in the football thing in Jamaica. And, knowledge of sports is good, man. Yeah. All right, I see the indication now. Link can drop after half an hour. Whoa, that's quick and fast. See, me can get through some more of them comments before me drop the calling link. Channel. All right, catch it back now. All right. Jamaica versus Mexico. Eagle Republic, welcome. Will be played behind closed door. Mexico is being sanctioned by FIFA for gay chants. Yeah, man, we see that one there. 2 games they're going to be having behind closed door. ODNL, just a check it. All right, Riquelme, big up. Think Grant should be in the squad over Watson. Probably Watson is there. You need a vice man in our team, so I don't know. Yeah, Odian, big up and welcome, man. Travis from St. Jago. Carlington Clark, welcome. You heard what happened to Mexico. Yeah, man. Continue to share the live, people. Yeah, man. Haka is a vice man, man. Yeah, man. I'm a vice man. Hey, you seen a 98 a Whitmore, Bibi, name again, Goodison. That man that did the vibes, man, you know. Cataract is the man of the moment. No. Will there be any discussion on national trials tonight? No, Mark, we're going to talk about that at from trackside, which is done on a Tuesday afternoon. Yeah, man, this is strictly for the football. Sorry to all the persons who came on and, you know. But just stick around, man. You know what going on in the grand scheme of things for the Jamaica thing. The football. The real discussion should be, is Jamaica ready for 2022 World Cup? Or will they be ready for 2026? Haha. 2026 might be an easy task, you know. USA named a weak roster while Mexico named a decent roster with first team players. Karoom, welcome, brother. Why we stay so? Why we want Paul Hall take Coach Taylor with more job? He come to help. You all know the Coach Taylor with more experience than Paul Hall. Give the coach some respect. All right, boss. So, Coach Karoom, you are telling you that, and just Bill. USA bringing their CB team. All right. Yeah, man. Me use the link can drop. All right. Me reach out. So I just read the whole team roster and not even Joshua Anglin in the team, but what's included. Joke thing. No, man. Joshua Anglin in there, man. You don't read it properly. I feel name first upon the list. Taylor, feel name first upon the list. You see, the team is not the problem. You know, the 60-man pool squad is not the problem. You know. I think the problem is the availability of players whenever it's time for the Gold Cup. That is my challenge. Big up fourth official, Jad Stone. Joshua Anglin is the first name on the roster. Tell him no. Look like Mark look on a different thing. Yeah man, Joshua Anglin are the first name on this on the squad list. And, all right, so I'm gonna drop the calling link now, people. And so big up to the 130 people that are on right now. Big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. So we pin the message. Fourth official is asking why Anthony Grant not on the list. Because it is understood that Anthony Grant is not in the plans of the team going forward because of his age. Yeah, man. So, hold on. I want to go and look at my computer freeze up. Somebody make case come on, yeah? Yeah, come to the rescue. Let me add you up very quick. I don't know how I go on. Formula Sport, big up yourself, brother. See a whole thing today, and Ryan and some whole heap of people.
Yeah, man. Big up to everybody that tuned in, man.
Yeah, man. What go on?
Boy, I'm good. It's a big day today, huh?
Tell him, man. Big day. So what do you think about this provisional?
There isn't really many surprises in my opinion. We were hearing rumors that there could be some big surprises. And I wouldn't really consider Antonio a surprise. I see a point about not getting excited because really and truly we don't know who will make the final cut. Right? We don't know who will, make the final 23. And that's for multiple reasons, right? So, and we have had experiences in the past where we saw names on provisional squads, and that way we would have hoped we're in the final squad and weren't in the final squad. So, I'm waiting for July the 1st to see what happens. Baffles me how, with the greatest of respect to Javon Watson, right? It baffles me how he's in this squad, especially over the likes of Anthony Grant. But such is life. Huh?
Yeah. Let me see. Who jump on now? People, who in the building, people? Who in the building? Oh, he in it.
There.
Blakey, a.k.a. Cataract. Welcome.
Why am I not surprised? I thought you were going to be the first one on, boss.
No, man. Man, go at the poker, man. I made some poker jump for a baller. Not bad, fellow. Nah, I got somewhere now. I got center, but John, no.
People, do you want to go on? Do you Cataract, I say?
No, Rasta, because
we don't subscribe to them things that still enough.
No, but someone must beat poker. As you go down the line, sir.
Jeremy, and welcome.
We are going to ask you how them reach on the 60. Because a poker will beat, brother.
Hey, my computer freeze up on me, brother.
Mount Russell. You know what go on Mount Russell? No,
yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, man, we know what go on, man.
Some things make sense, some things don't make sense.
John, my thing I freeze up.
But we are here still in a coach.
Yeah, man, I want to see me to do. I mean, I move.
Yeah, man, everything good, man.
I have to go use my phone then.
But it's here, you know. I do a peep at the full list. I hope you can put up a link where I can watch the full list, 'cause, you know.
That may I say I want to put it up, but the next, if the next browser freeze, you know, me not use my head right now. Use the one where I work.
Oh,
So
yeah, man, me did put it up from the something that the CONCACAF website.
yep, put it in the private chat now. Formula, so we can all see it, 'cause I don't want to speak out of turn.
What the link to CONCACAF?
No, man, may I bring it up on the screen, you know.
Man.
I'm gonna bring it on the screen. It's just that may I try to get my thing sync.
No, I ask Formula for drop it in so we can still look on it for my laptop.
Oh, okay.
But you know, it's a day. It's a day, you know. It's a 60-man squad. Nah, violate nobody today. But it seemed like a 50-man squad plus the mascot involved.
Who am mascot now?
It's either that or I was in a deep coma and Jamaica went to the World Cup in 2018, led by the midfield maestro Javon Watson. I'ma just wake up and I miss it. So Formula, you can't tell me what they go on in 2018, brother. Because something go on.
I
reached the World Cup and I never go.
You know, coach, when I was doing my live stream earlier today, you know, are the people in the comment section make me know say what's in the the squad. I never even realized it in a boss. But when them say it to me, I say no, sir, nothing can go, so.
Yeah, man. All right, see, may I bring it up, man. No worry on yourself.
Bring
up the squad and share the screen.
Formula, you fight me. You know, give me the link out now, brother.
Oh, boss, me not so technology. Me not so technology.
Ines Rudolph has seen for the team.
Mad.
Coach, tell me something before the show start.
The show start, man.
The show start.
Back to the future.
Okay.
Yeah, man, you can't ask him, man, but the show start. I like it, you know.
Everybody that time capsule. Everybody that time capsule. We don't
Cataract. I want to ask you a question.
Sure, my brother.
Rudolph Austin, a farmer Leeds United. The people them rate Rudolph Austin on Leeds. Yeah. They rate him more than the New England midfielder now.
No. Calvin Phillips is a Leeds born and bred. We won't get that rated. But he at his time there, he was highly rated. He's loved by the fans. Because Leeds is a battling kind of club, you know. We had David Batty, Carlton Palmer come through that line. So they like those kind of battling midfielders, Gary Speed. So he's beloved at the club. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Hey, coach, I have a problem. Why are we talking about mid-table Premier League team on the show so much? It's not a good thing, coach. It's bringing down your show.
Where are you, neighbor?
We took a break.
Hello.
We took a break.
But what he's saying, you know,
I live at number 9 mid-table. I live at number 9 mid-table Avenue, and you live at number 8.
We just came to do some
but
for a short while. Don't worry about it.
Qatar, what he's saying still, you know, is that you keep talking about your team and him not talking about him. So
I didn't speak about the team. Ryan LFC brought up the great Leeds United, and he said thank you for Harry Kewell, and you know all those years of service that Harry Kewell gave it. Yes.
All right. So let us jump into the squad.
Leeds. We don't want to hear about these. Go ahead, coach.
Let us talk about the squad. So the first name on the list, people, midfielder. Anglin Jashan Mustaf, Miami FC baller.
Ian Campbell, I'm calling you.
We have Mikel Antonio, Leon Patrick Bailey, Dylan Barnes.
No, you go too fast, coach. You have to slow down. We have a whole dive. Is it in order? Can it be in order of position, or is it just?
No, it's alphabetical order. It isn't.
Coach, I think I can send you a picture now with it in according to the position. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a picture, coach. I guess hold on the coach. I send it.
To
I
be
think me have
fair,
that
yeah.
picture there too, you know.
To be
But
fair.
send it so we can bring it up on. Come next page and now come up.
But the highlights coach certainly is that Mikel Antonio is in the squad.
Kemar Roof.
And Kemar Roof. I wonder how Mikel Antonio. We were told that you have to have a passport to be in this squad. Wonder how that work out.
JFF must know something what we don't know. Or what we don't hear about yet.
Let me tell you something.
Well,
If
me
you
not
don't realize, coach,
yeah.
the man they make we attack off a motor and a drop bombshell from way. You know see that?
No, well, me not think this is a bombshell. I think
Someone just credible link me and say Mikel get him passport.
really.
Oh, you mean Ryan? I know exactly where you're going. I've suspected it for a while.
Someone linked me a while ago and say the player them would depend, and someone just say who depend this list of them Jamaican passport. I'm not sure, but the person who tell me always give me some good information and what's going on. So I hope him sure about this.
Ask them.
Coach, I get it?
Ask them to send you tell you when the number passport for Kevin Stewart. Ask them that.
Okay.
No, everybody in here do have them passport.
I don't
Big
be.
man,
Me not think so.
Me not feel so. Me not want to build up my hopes in a coach, because me not want mad, you know. Like the 30-man squad and then 9 or 10 player jar. But me I watch and see.
There's like 5 main players that would have watched per se if them get the passport because them name including the squad. Antonio Gray, Harding, Casey Palmer, and I think Kevin Stewart passport not there foot yet. Still.
Great passport not there for either.
Yeah, 5 of them I know for sure, but Ryan I break something right now still. So we just need to know how credible your source is, Ryan, because a big news that
Listen, he always give me stuff and it correct. I hope him can come off with this correct. He always give me information and correct. So yeah. But I'm hearing from my next credible source. Credible. Say Casey Palmer, Andre Gray, Mikel Antoni, and Dylan
West Harding.
Barnes, West Harding, Bell
Mm-hmm.
have them Jamaican passport as
All
yet.
of them get them passport.
No. So
All
I have 2 credible persons who are tell me. Say,
2 different
these are
things.
the
Or them
players.
are tell the
So all right, so coach,
yeah.
Them are tell me
let
two,
me tell you
somebody are
for
tell me
certain.
different. But
Let me
as
tell
I
you.
say, oh, go ahead.
Casey Palmer has a Jamaican passport as of today.
Today.
Yeah. Casey Palmer has a Jamaican passport as of today.
Mm-hmm.
Mikel Antonio, no. Andre Gray, no.
No.
Dylan Barnes has a Jamaican passport. As that for a minute.
Bell.
Amari Bell has a Jamaican passport.
West Harding.
I don't know. And the passport have to watch your program, all right, so you have to watch yourself. Nowadays, me here. We're not allowed to give information to the third parties. We're not allowed to give information to the third parties. So whoever in here start carrying news. But they can't mash up a link still. They can't mash up a link still. Because this is coach's desk. You understand? But
Things big.
it's a little more difficult. But certainly Casey Palmer won't come up. Smell brand new.
So looking for the 60-man squad for me still enough. 2 surprising things. Grant in the squad, but yet we say cause Grant 34 and playing second division in England get relegated or whatever. But we notice a man who play FIFA on him coach. 39 years old, born at 83. Met the squad. So I don't know how that go. And another thing, Rolando Aaron, But I expect Ryan Aaron's for the end of the squad actually I play some Gold Cup games. Surprisingly, in the end of the squad. And those
I
are
heard
injury
he's injured.
because no, here what coach. Rolando played the last 8 games them in club Huddersfield coming off an injury. 2 of the game them him come off of the bench. 5 of the game them him start and 1 of the game never get the minutes. The first game coming back from injury.
Well,
Rolando Aaron, right midfield, right wing back sometimes. Can play right wing to right side of field.
Is a winger.
Yeah.
well. All right, let us go through the squad again, people, because I'm having some technical challenges right here now. So I'm gonna use my phone to just read
Get it
off,
right,
even
coach.
though
Get it right.
that is on the screen. Somehow my next browser freeze up. So the one that I'm on is up and running, but I can't get to the link that Formula sent me. All right, so let's start looking at the goalkeepers.
Wow.
Where's the Dre?
Can't see. No, I'm gonna send you up on IG another picture of my half of the squad by formations.
No, man, may I read it out? May I have one in front of me right now?
All right, do that.
All right, so goalkeepers: Dylan Barnes, Akeem Chambers, Andre Blake, Kemar Foster, Amal Knight, Dwayne Miller, Dennis Taylor, Jedine White. What are your thoughts on these players? One noticeable omission. One player that was being scouted.
Lawrence Figaro.
No
passport.
Is not in this list.
No passport and no passport coming anytime soon.
All right.
So,
so
as a matter to resolve, it's not his fault, and I wouldn't blame the JFF on this one. Not even me as the Magic Man could have done anything about it.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Sometime in Jamaica, we have a nickname. Yeah. So people just call me Poochie, and then put the nickname on the birth certificate.
Okay.
Yeah, so it have to sort out in a little longer process. So the JFF is not at fault at this one.
All right. So Cranky, what are your thoughts on the goalkeepers?
Coach, you want me try and see if I can share the picture?
You have the ability to share screen?
I don't know. I think so.
Try now.
Yeah, share it, man. The special share button.
Yeah.
Get the Rocky on mute.
But in the meantime, Cranky, what are your thoughts on these goalkeepers?
I think that's what we expect, right? I mean, apart from Figaro we just talked about, I think these are the lists we expect. Is there anyone you see I don't see anyone I think that's missing that is of significance. I think Dylan, Knight, Blake, we have the ones we expect actually. And it's a decent list, frankly. I think Barnes kept well the last game. We know who number one is. You need one and three goalkeepers, frankly. For a squad like this, yeah, maybe the numbers are the right numbers, but now I think we're okay in the goalkeeping department. Much more focus on the center of the park, less so on other positions, but more so focus on the center of the park.
All right, Ryan.
Well, for me, I would love to see Figaro get him passport, but because we need strength. What if Andre Blake get injured? You know what I mean? We need strength in the team, and that's the weakest part, I think, in the team at this moment. The goalkeeper, when you look at the pool. Dwayne Miller, yeah, he might have experience, but not the same Dwayne Miller for the last couple of years, no. So, Jedine White, not the same. But what I see from Taylor in the Serbia game, he represents himself properly, and I like what I see. It could be a very good backup, but playing against a Mexico state in the final, if Andre Blake go down or the semi-final, I would prefer Figaro in the goal. But it's okay for me at this moment. I would accept it at this moment, but we can do better.
All right. Jay.
Goalkeeper them can pick 4 players who I'm say make the Gold Cup squad out of the goalkeeper them, but 2 of them are gonna be not playing any football right now. Vigoro, but they expect in probably with the squad like Antonio, Harding, and the rest of them when they have their passport yet. But JFF just now get meeting with him last week, so that was an optimistic thought by me. But Barnes, Blake, JD would have been my final 3, although Taylor did look good in the Serbia games to challenge Jadine. But the JFF been consistently sticking with Jadine, so um, that's how I see it still.
Formula, jump in real quick, followed by Qatar. Qatar, go ahead.
No, I don't have anything to add. JD need to social distance. I don't understand. The times I've seen him in the national colours, 9-0, 5-0, 4-0. Guess that's what we're looking for. There's not much other choices, but I think that space could have been utilized better. As I said, I don't. The JF is not at fault with Figaro. Because even if they contacted him earlier, it would have still taken. The process wouldn't have been finished in time. But I think he can be ready for September. The only other choices that we had, which is Lee Grant, he had already told Simon in an interview that he would love to represent Jamaica, it'd be an honor, but he won't be available until September, with the World Cup qualifiers. So I don't see much choice.
Right. I think
the three people pick themselves, and I think we have a lot more discussion in midfield, so we don't need to beat the bush and the
right. Right, because I believe that as Cranky said, I would have expected these persons to be in the pool where goalkeepers are concerned, because I mean these would have been the best that we have in terms of repping Jamaica, you know what I mean? So yeah.
It's not saying much though, but
yeah, but I mean not bad. Jump over to the defenders. Amari Bell, Javane Brown, O'Neal Fisher, Wes Harding, Kemar Lawrence, Gregory Lay. Say that again.
We're not able to know who are the left backs who got by position.
No, what I had on the screen was what the screen was telling me that, but you said I should go by position.
I was wondering. I wondered if it was by position like left back, but we can go and see because we can figure out.
Yeah, man. So again, Amari Bell, Javane Brown, O'Neal Fisher, Wes Harding, Kemar Lawrence, Gregory Lay, Damian Lowe, Adrian Mariappa, Leon Moore, Ethan Pinnock, Alvas Powell, Ladale Ritchie, Ajani Talbot, Curtis Tilt. These are the defenders, and MPEC, what do you think about the defenders?
Good night, everyone. Good night, panelists. There are no real surprises there. The usual suspects are there. As well, I came on a little bit late. As it relates to the goalkeeper, there are no surprises. I suspect that Figaro has not secured his document as yet. That's why he's not in the pool. I think Taylor and Barnes will pick themselves. Jaden White shows potential, but he has a lot of experience to garner. A fit Dwayne Miller, however, I think would push out either Barnes or Taylor though. That's my opinion. Because I still think he's a second best to Blake, based on what I've seen, and he has the experience. But the defenders are pretty much who we expected. There's nobody I can really think of that who have papers that can come to mind right now that we should have included.
Who didn't warrant a spot, Cataract?
Curtis Stilt.
Curtis Stilt, why?
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And let me say this to you. You see, the more and more I have time on my and I research, I get more amazed and I get furious about the inconsistency in the criteria and rationale. No, I'm going to keep coming to the reference point, right? One of the things against Anthony Grant was he plays in League One. Here comes Curtis Stilt in League One. Do we know a name Anthony Stewart? Anthony Stewart, as a Jamaican passport, plays for, actually was called up to represent Jamaica and plays for Wickham Wanderers. Was called up to play in the championship. So I don't see how you have, they are championship defenders with Jamaican passports. So I don't know how we overlook them and get to Curtis Stilt. Curtis Stilt has not covered himself in glory, unless, of course, we are going for another one of the synchronized goals where you have 4 people get salad. Maybe that's why he's included. Can't tell any other reason. He has had 3 opportunities, and none of them stand out to me. So I don't know how that goes. Of the local base players, I don't know. I haven't seen them in nearly 2 in a year and a half. So God go with them. I suppose you have to include some. So there's nobody else. I know of 2 in the championship with their passports. I don't know why we wouldn't have looked at them. Some who are, I'll say Anthony Stewart at Wickham Wanderers should be on the books of the JFF because he was supposed to come in the 2019 Gold Cup. And there was, I think, a matter of injury. And he wasn't able to make that squad. He has continued playing at a championship level for the last 2 years. So I don't see why he wouldn't be. But as I said, I just stumbled across his name as I keep going through the now over 1,000 Jamaicans that play in the leagues.
Right.
But Curtis Stilt, let's not think.
Right. So formula, based on what Cataract has proposed right now in terms of Curtis Stilt, do you think that it's one of the right decisions coming from the Cataract zone?
Well, I mean, when you look at it from the perspective that Cataract is coming from, I mean, I agree with him. Right. I agree. Curtis Stilt hasn't really covered himself in glory since we have seen him. Right. So yeah, I agree. If there are better English-born players out there, or English-born players playing at a higher level, then why skip over them and go to Curtis Stilt? Don't really make no sense.
I'm sorry, Coach. We keep mentioning his name, Zach Brown at Norwich.
Yes.
Who's a born Jamaican. So how does the principle go when you have a born Jamaican playing at Norwich going to go into the Premier League now? And then you overlook him for a player who is in League One. The inconsistencies are just too much.
Right, because if they are saying another player is in League One, and probably that's why we are not taking him because his team was relegated, then it should be a consistent thing where all the players are concerned.
But Cataract,
I see 3 left backs, but unless I'm counting incorrectly, well, we have 3 right backs, so there's no inconsistency there. Except that we are consistently picking players who. What's the point in playing a friendly? And if a player is going to play badly in a friendly match, and he gets automatically into the squad, O'Neill Fisher was certainly in the Serbia game when everybody else was playing well. He stuck out like a sore thumb amongst the starters for me. And yet he finds himself in an enviable position here.
1 second formula. Cataract, to be fair to the JFF though, they only can call up who they know about. So maybe they don't know about those other people.
Empik, as I said before, Anthony Stewart was called up to the Jamaica Gold Cup 2019 squad. He's still at the same club. He was injured. That's what I read. He was injured.
No, man, I'm not talking about Stewart. I'm talking about the guy from Norwich.
I am taking a hard line now. It's the business of the JFF to know the players available to them. Not my business. I ain't supposed to know record and music. And Frank is supposed to know accounts. Yeah. People for do them work.
Could the consistency be though that the players that are in the pool right now are players that expressed interest to the JFF? Would that be the consistency?
Again, I said then Anthony Stewart expressed that interest 2 years ago, was in the Gold Cup call-up squad, got injured, and now seemed to have fallen off the map.
Did he express an interest now though, Keter?
No, but hold on. Players don't call up Gareth Southgate and said, I'm interested in playing for England. I'm sorry for taking a hard line. Because today.
No, man, I agree with you. I'm just showing you what could be the JFF's position. I agree with you.
Hold on, I hit the paid button. You understand? A $499 US to fly go to Orlando. Now, if I go on Mobile, a place someone I really like, and take off from there, so me no ain't foolishness with nobody. It costs we as fans, right? It costs us as fans. I was watching Chile versus Bolivia earlier. I know the striker that scored the first goal for Chile don't speak a word of Spanish. Born in Stoke-on-Trent in England, playing in the championship. And he's playing in the Copa Libertadores. We need to get our game together, right? It's the JFF job to know about these players and who can represent it. It's not our job. It is our hobby. So, as I said, the obligatory local ballers, I can't say anything about them until the Premier League season start, and then you can see there.
Formula, you're finished, right? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I wasn't to be clear there, I wasn't making an excuse for the JFF, I was just trying to probably say that this is probably the perspective that they are looking at it from.
Okay. Just looking from another side of the coin.
Look, I think Formula's question is a fair one, and that's what we always say, is that we don't have insight into what the thought process is and what information they have and how they make decisions. We're making assumptions, and I would assume that the players that Keter mentioned, either they don't know about them, and/or they made a decision that they don't want to call those players. And I think for Anthony Grant, I hate to say this, but we talk a lot about that in the forum, and if you're the JFF, you may not want to be pursuing that person, given how that person got to where they got to. Let's put it that way.
All right.
My take on the defenders.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so
Go ahead.
left back. Me, right? All right, so left back, Bell, Toxic, Greg Lee. That's gonna be sticky because if Greg Lee was fit, I believe Greg Lee would have been at the side, play them games that were Bell get called up on the left side. Because I like Greg Lee game. From what I'm seeing of the two games when they played previous to the USA game then. Right side, Harding, Powell, Javian Brown on that side there. Enough people are create a fuss about Javian Brown over Fisher. Oh yeah, Fisher too. So 4 on that side up on the right back. Although Fisher can play right midfield more time too. The middle, Pinnock, Low, Moore, Maps. I think Tilt gonna be the odd man out. Hector, because of versatility, can play in the midfield too. Believe same at the end of the side. But my defender than that still. Lee over Bell.
Okay. All right. Marlon, you're just checking in. Welcome. What are your thoughts on the defenders that were selected from the 60-man pool?
Yeah, good evening to everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat. this as Cataract was alluded to earlier, and it is strange because when you talk about defenders, championship defenders, there's it's mentioned Stewart. There's also Che Dunkley. I know both of them were basically injured, right? But Che Dunkley, it's funny because Che Dunkley is a Sheffield United with a Jamaican coach, right? He's a person who was mentioned as well in the 2019 pool.
Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield Wednesday.
Sheffield Wednesday, yeah.
Darren Moore's coach, yes.
Darren Moore is his coach. So it's funny because if you're looking for a person, he was a person who was highly touted before Pinnock or even more. Because he's a person who made himself available. So to see Till coming in the squad over him, I agree he hasn't had the best season because he came off ACL tour. So, but he's a quality defender. He's strong in the air. He's a defender who will give you goals. So, and I'm not sure if he did process his Jamaican passport, but I know he was there in 2019 when the squad was mentioned with Kemar Roof and all these players. So, but the midfielder, as I said, Tilt will be out for me. My five CV will be Low, Maria per Hector, Moore and Pinnock. Left back, it will be Bell. I think Gregory hasn't fully recovered, so I think Lee is more offensive than Bell, but I will go with Bell and Taxi. On the right back, Fisher's gotten his chance to prove himself. He hasn't done it as yet, so I basically bring Alvas with Javian Brown. I'm not sure if West Harding is everything is sorted out with him as yet, so that's why I'm bringing Javian Brown. He's young, and I think he's somebody who will add a lot with his energy and his usefulness in the squad right now.
I agree with you on the Javian Brown's point. I think he even though he's fighting for his a starting position at the team that he's at, I think he's a pretty good player to have in this defensive unit. Like you said, his youthfulness will allow him to, be exuberant in his play. And I mean, trust me, I think he's one of the ones to watch for the future. So we're not wasting any time. Should we go to the forward or the midfielders? All right, let's look at the midfielders. 18 midfielders as opposed to 19 forwards. So you have Joshua Anglin, Jordan Cousins, Kevon Isaacs, Daniel Johnson, Kevon Lambert, Luca Levy, Tyreek McGee, Siobhan Marsh, Ravel Morrison, Casey Palmer, Kevin Stewart, Peter Lee Vassell, Lamar Walker, Javon Watson, Devon Williams, Shivani Willis. MPEC. Do you think these midfielders, because of course you have the wide men, you have the central, and you have the attacking. Do you think these midfielders will do a better job than the set that, even though some of them are here? Well, before you answer, we have a Jordan Cousins, DJ would be back, Tyreek McGee would be back, Siobhan Marsh would be a new inclusion here, Kevin Stewart, Peter Leavas would be back from a long. Lamar Walker, he was injured, should be getting over that. Javon Watson is back. Shivani Willis is back. You think this midfield, with the additions and the returnees, do you think that they will add any flavor to the midfield, which is one of the position that I believe is one of our weaknesses, where we're managing the game, being an outlet to the forward. How do you look at these players?
All right.
Especially the central role.
To be honest, I'm not really sure about Cousins. He would have to come in and prove himself. To me, I was going over some analytics with Cataract a couple of days ago, and I wasn't really impressed based on the figures I'm seeing. Like I always say on this show that The midfield, I think, is our weakest area. Who we didn't get a chance to see the last time around was the likes of Maggie, and Palmer. It would be interesting to see what Palmer and Maggie would offer. But many of the names here I am not too fond of. But I guess we have to make up a depth chart, which include 60 players. So there are just names. A lot of those names are just names taking up space for me. But I can name some of the quality that I'm expecting to see. I've named two already, with the likes of Daniel Johnson, Ravel Morrison, Kevin Stewart, uh, maybe a Willis. It's interesting to see what kind of shape Willis is in. But after that, I'm not seeing many others that really would want to see. Maybe a Paris, or would want to see what Paris has to offer. That's about it for me, as it relates to the midfield. We certainly need to strengthen the midfield, in my opinion.
So in a sense, this midfield pool is sort of weak in your estimation.
Yes, probably the two strongest players in this midfield pool, and one is not with a club now, is Ravel and Daniel Johnson. Probably the two strongest.
All right, Cranky.
I tend to agree with them. Look, the midfield has been a problem, and it still will be a problem. I mean, you're pleased to see certain names like Stewart in the midfield. We know we have Ravel. We know we have Daniel. I think we should also remember McGee and give him opportunities so he can get the experience. But I still think if we're talking about a CDM role, I still don't see someone there with certain attributes that you're looking for to really solidify that role and it be a position of strength versus something which we're all not comfortable with. So we have most of the players that we'd expect to be there. But the question is, are we all comfortable that our midfield has sufficient quality for us to compete? Because we have a very, very good forward line. And as we talked about all the time, we have to be able to link the defense to the forwards. And that's what the midfield does. And if you don't have a good midfield to get the ball up front, then you're going to struggle. No matter how good your defense is, no matter how good your forward line
is. Rolling over to Jermaine.
Good night, guys. Based on what I've seen in the midfield so far, still we're having problems there. Most importantly, the CDM position right now I'm looking at. I don't see the fit there right now that we're looking for going forward. Right now, in my mind, based on what I've seen so far, I think I would pull Damian Lowe to that back line again and play him back in that position because so far he's the only one I see putting a work ethics performance in that area of the pitch for the past year or something now. You get me? So that's definitely the biggest problem for me so far. And if we put a couple players out here for just numbers to build the 60, I mean, man like Luca Levy get them chance already. You get me? And he didn't show well in the last couple of games that he played in. You get me? Look last out there, bringing in probably a Alex Marshall or somebody and next youngster. If you're just building up numbers, if that we I do, you get me? And thing. But CDM so far, looking at the midfield, that's my biggest problem for right now.
Cataract, and the man ask you why you look so serious tonight.
I'm gonna tell you something. Go on my mattress and take out every dollar I have, brother. and pay for my ticket. So, skin teeth thing again. So if a joke I want to get from it tonight, and I now get the joke. You know what? You have a problem. This is a known problem. And again, we fail to solve it. So me is a loyal and consistent man.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? When I stop crying for my baller, because I feel that he has something to bring to the table, and we wouldn't be having this discussion. Man like Jermaine, I watch him cite, him use a whole different set of statistics and come up with the same thing. Whole different site I don't really use. Him use that site and I watch the program and come up with the same things. I don't know how a player like Jordan Cousins, who started 8 games last season, gets the looking. The JFF goes all out to get his passport. And by the way, I'm going to give kudos to the JFF, right? I'm going to give kudos to the JFF because they obviously have them people here and listen. The same people be a go to, and the same person, the same JFF man to the side up. Pick up on yourself. We're there to elevate the thing, right? But you finally listen and know that it doesn't take 6 or 7 months to get a passport. So I'm glad coaches, desk, Reggae Boyz commentary were able to show them up and they are getting their act together, right? CDM is a problem. Jordan Cousins, when I looked at the fan page when he left QPR and when he left Stoke, and the fan commentary is the same. As a matter of fact, one fan asked, was he really here? Another one asking for a refund of the salary. Not good things to have commentary for fans from a player that's coming into international. Kevin Stewart is a quality player, but very injury prone. And again, I think Jeremy and them did point that out. So if you don't want, go watch them video because it's very informative. Because I have other things that my video on the CDM never have. But he's very injury prone. So again, like Mikel Antoni, I don't know that he will make it through all 14 things. Daniel Johnson you can put back in there if you want to, but DJ is really an attacking midfielder. And so I don't have any problem with that. The questions I have now, and somebody just, may I look through, coach, because I can't really read and write, my problem that in life. But the Javon Watson thing, somebody is going to explain that one to me, right? Really and truly. And as I said, it have to explain to me so
I think that is a matter of discussion for you, and that's why I asked you so early, because he's about 37 years old.
Yeah, man. But
he's
remember,
still playing.
Hold on. Remember? Oh, go ahead, coach. Sorry.
He's still playing football. But at what level? I think he's still at a club, man.
Those two things I'd like to have answered so that I can know. I don't want to speak unfairly of the youth. So let me just look and tell you.
I think he's still in the USL.
Yeah, man. No, man. He's playing at a club, man.
Yeah, man.
In the USL. With a great club. The club is called Unattached.
Let me check that again.
No, hold on. Look here, man. Javon Watson is at the club called Unattached. The club that lifted the trophy. So he will have chemistry with Ravel Morrison.
Isn't he still in the USL? Last time I heard he was still in the USL.
Look, coach, help me out because people say I beat people. I'm not beat Javon Watson, but I'm never like
club name FIFA 21.
You're totally right.
It's never my thing. Yeah, man. So him and Ravel Morrison will have the chemistry. There we have it. Chemistry is needed with the ballers from Unattached. Good. And of course, Ravel has to be in the side. I have no problem with that at all. But I think for a separate few minutes, we have to discuss this selection here, right? Because if you're saying a man 30, just turned 34, when the time was he was 33, not too old to come in the side. We're 37 ago. Our 37 when now play ago.
But Cataract, hold on, Cataract. When I think about it still, in all fairness.
Okay.
This man, I don't see making the 23, if he met the 23, boy, I don't know
No, but how you
what
make
me
the
gonna say.
60? How you make the 60?
That is a point, but me just I try soften what you're saying in terms of him being here and not playing any football, because as somebody said one day, them just pick players just to have a 60.
You know, we just lucky.
Because from what we heard, some of these players did not even know that they were on the list.
You know, coach, and people, the views of certain presenters like myself and not the views of coach. Coach, some people lucky say them not the drug test pan selectors, or just the players them. Cause right now, I know some man gonna feel. I swear to you, some man hallucinate. High.
And
the man them pick some man, and the man them frightened. Like Lazarus.
And then Cataract. If Javon Watson can be in it, why is it Malik Foster cannot be in it?
Hold on. Let me tell you some man. Drug testing need to go on for officials, brother. To check them out. But Lord Ravel is there, so he will keep the people happy. I have no problem with that.
Finally come around.
No. I am not in the church of Ravel. I am not in the church. But based on what is there, and you have said that already, Cranky, it is a black eye against the pool of midfielders we are selecting from. That someone who is unattached, who has only played 4 games for the season. But 4 games for the season is more than Javon Watson has played. So let me take my hats off there. But let me get into some serious analysis. Luca Levy. I wonder if Luca Levy have some files on somebody or something. Because maybe I didn't watch the same Japan game. Again, because coach, I could have been in a coma. But I didn't watch the Japan game and see a Rasta man run around near the touchline and every minute being dispossessed or losing the ball outside.
So we agree at the inception of this. We're gonna manage how we comment on players, right? We can say that we don't agree that players should be in the squad at the preference of somebody else. But I think we all agree that players watch these programs, they're human beings. I think the coach was clear at the outset of this program, like I hate to pull you up on this, and said, we're not going to slate any players. We have... No. Okay. Wait, let me finish that, Let me finish.
No, I'm listening, brother.
We had developmental points we want to point out sometime in their game. Sometimes we believe that what we need, their profile and their capabilities may not fit what we need. But we got to manage is not what you say, sometimes it's how you say it. It's very important. And I'll say this. I watched Luca Levy play. I think Luca Levy still needs some development and may not fit into the 60 as we would think, given the bunch of players we have out there. And I'll say this for the JFF. Now, everyone is loud in the JFF about great marketing, great that all these players come in. Wait, no, Cataract. Let me get my time now.
No, but me not cut nobody.
But can you not stop talking? We can't cut you.
No, but coach.
You don't stop talking.
Listen to everybody. I'm on my time though.
Cataract, hold on. I'm gonna allow Stan Cranky to finish and then give you back your time.
We're hour 23 minutes in. I think I've said 2 words that come out of your Cataract, and you come on just before me, and you say about halfway your time. So let me get my 2 minutes of discussion. So we got to be very careful about what we say. I'm being very conscious about what I say going forward, because I agree that when I get criticized, even though sometimes it's justified, no matter who you are, you have feelings and it may not get digested well, right? So it's a fear for us to point out things about players, but we got to manage what we say about them. And I don't disagree with you about certain players, right? You have brought out how many players we have in the league. And frankly, the coach put up a statement by Arsenal 101. I'm going to promote his program. He's an Arsenal fan, great commentator, great podcast. I think he has about the same amount of followers as coach has in his podcast. He just mentioned that there's no way and he doesn't follow Jamaican football that much, by the way. There's no way the JFF shouldn't know all the English players. Because the view is that when you have a significant pool of players, you should know all of them. So when you make a selection, you're always going to have difference of opinion about players who you bring into your program. But it shouldn't be that wider view in terms of disparities between players' capability and for you to be questioned and challenged. So I do think the JFF has accountability. Secondly, they're getting all this praise about their marketing efforts. They have a marketing department, their Instagram, all this stuff. We are in World Cup qualifying year, for Christ's sake. This stuff should be done eons ago. Why you want to get credit for last minute stuff? This is not some party you're going at the last minute, going to try to catch the bus at the last minute. You're running a country's football program, which should be done in a very professional way. I can't give you credit for doing things at the last minute. I'm not feeling good about it. We should have anxiety. Your mode of communication, the way you communicate, what you communicate is lacking, frankly. And I'm not sure why you're getting praised for certain things that you do, which should be innate to running a football program. So I'll just say this, which is, them can take kudos for all they're getting acknowledgement for. I think the squad has politics in it. Not in terms of bad, but in terms of they want to make sure they have a good amount of local players, locally developed players, along with English-based players. So the whole question about preferential treatment, too many English-born players, gets answered in the squad. We'll see what happens when you have the 23. If you put the 23 just based on ability, it's going to be a different outcome than what we see in the 60-man squad. Cataract, the floor is yours.
So, coach.
Yeah.
I don't disrespect no player. I'm a player sound, and the way I communicate, everybody may not like it, and it may rub some people the wrong way, but I possess my honest opinion.
Okay.
The only thing I take up, I cuss bad word, I go on that man, I tell a man about his birth parents. You understand? But I believe I must be strident in how I feel. When a man go on there in bed, and coach me tell you, say, right now, I don't have the first dollar for buy the ticket. I have to go tomorrow, go play at one illegal party to try and make the $89. I can't sit where Stan Crank can sit. I have to go sit way up in the top.
I thought that to the world, Qatar.
I thought that to the world. Come on, want people to understand what we got through as
But look,
fans.
sympathy. I know like
no, man. When Stan, I wrote section 134, I got there. Right? Because somebody buy the ticket for me, I have to forward the money to them. You understand? So when you see me strident like that, it's because I take my last dollar to support my side. I don't know how it go for a next man. I know it go in Jamaica. We're struggling for real. But I want to come back into here. I see Balaker push up himself, but he never come up here as a coach. When the Japan 4 love, they are gone. I don't think. Right?
Balaker.
Right? So I call him out, because it's like, oh, they can call out in the comment section. Coach, I learn everything, you know. Like how I did learn to play from record player to CD player to computer. I learn to press that thing name comment when I can see the comment now. Balaker, you never there last week when the 4 love drop and where I talk about all the ballers them where you are promote where you did say good. Coach, there is a problem, coach. If you bring players in prior and those players fail, how can you reward them with a call-up to be in contention for a major tournament? It doesn't make sense.
But right? I understand the point you're making, Cataract. Is it a case? No, man, let me finish. Is it a case where these are the best 60 players available to the country right now?
Coach, we have
available. You notice I stress that word?
Coach, we have been down the line and showed you 2 central defenders. I pointed out one. I know the other one, I couldn't remember his name, playing in the championship, who we know are Jamaican passport because they were in contention from 2 years ago. There's Martin Davis in Malta. That's a player who's in Malta. Today I watched the television. I watch which team draw 1-1. We watch a 1-1 draw between Croatia and Czech Republic. And I hear a man say, this man, one of the main players who play in defense, plays in the Malta. I watch another game with Austria. There was someone in the Austrian team who plays in Malta. So I say, hold on. That name Malta sound familiar. So how come there are players playing in the Maltese, that's my proper English, top division, who are now on display at the Euro 2021, but a young man is playing there, but can't be on display in our top 60. So
I agree. I hold on. Before you make a point, just remember what you're going to say. I agree with you on that. I believe that Martin should have gotten his chance a long time ago. I agree with you on that. right? But let us look at it objectively. In terms of the position that Martin plays, who will Martin actually get out of this of their position now to make the 60-man pool? If he had been given a chance before, like some other players have been getting a chance over and over again, then we probably could have had an argument for him. I don't think we can vouch for Martin now to get him in the 60 when for a long time we've been calling for him and he's not getting a chance. So we can't call for him now to put in this 60 man when we are calling for him long time and him not getting a chance.
So coach, hold on. What I'm saying is there are players here, Javon Watson, for example, who was nowhere on the radar. There are some local players who have been called in the midfield now. All the names of them can't come to my head, right? Who were nowhere on the radar. I'm saying you have a player like Luca Levy, who with due respect, I know some, who my business partner is in this. I'm friend, but I keep my own independent viewpoint, who has tried 3 times and failed. So having tried 3 times and failed, you have to be number 62.
And don't forget Kemar Reed as well.
I don't know every player. You understand? I'm going to tell you, I don't know every single player, right? But I know this, it jogged my mind when I heard the 2. Today I watched 2 matches. I mean, you say, Malta. So then, how come these men can be in the team and are playing Malta and the youth can't get way in this? So, Luca Levy could have been cut. Javon Watson could have been cut. And you could have included, forget my player, right? Because we can have that discussion. We have added ad nauseum. How do we not take the golden boot in Johnson Clark Harris? So you have space for a player that has failed. And let us not sugarcoat anything because I have diabetes. So we can't sugarcoat nothing. Luca Levy has failed with the 3 opportunities given to him. And ought not to be included in a 60-man squad. A 60-man squad means these are the 60 best players you have. This is that's
what I'm saying. Wonder if this is the 60 best players that we have. Every selection comes with some sort of political alignment, whether we believe it or not.
But every time you ask a question, right? You see some people coming at the chat comment like, yo, you know if the man want to play for Jamaica? Yes, Johnson Clark Harris want to play for Jamaica. The man have been passport.
Yeah, he was asked a question and he said yes.
I know only Anthony Grant I beg to get a look in. That's why I feel passionate, but I know him personally. But other players are asking to get a look in. We went to Japan short-handed till when it came to things we had to put Tull on the field.
Not to cut you again, Cataract. We were on Formulas, the Formula Sports show, and there was this person who knows of a player who plays for an English club, who is 24 years old, who wants to play for Jamaica. So a lot of there are a lot of players out there who want to play for Jamaica. So for persons to be saying that, how do we know that they want to play for Jamaica? That is not a fair comment to make, because there are players out there who want to play.
Coach,
yes,
the gentleman said that it was a player who, first of all, the gentleman says him cousin.
Yeah.
Right, and we know the gentleman, because the gentleman is a frequent
watcher
of I won't call his name, but he said that the player is one his cousin and 2 the player plays for an English Premier League club.
I wonder if it's the same one. No, I went to the Pika today, right? To do the final little something for my brother there, right? No, while I'm there talking, a man say, hold on. You know, say my nephew play for West Bromwich Albion, and long time he want to get a look in. I say, yeah, man, he went out on loan. Go look up the name. Rakeem Harper. But want to know how much Jamaican then I think born with them passport.
Which team him play for
West Bromwich Albion.
West Brom. What is his name? Rakeem Harper?
Yeah, man.
Let me just cut up in this.
So, but you can't. So I am saying that The question whether the players want to play is you to ask the players. Players do not call up Gareth Southgate and say, "Hi, Gareth. You know I'm British. I well want to play for England. I've got my British passport. Pick me." No. Gareth Southgate calls up a player and says, "I'm interested in picking you. I'm going to be sending someone to look at you." Right? I am saying no here, putting my neck on the line, that the JFF never had any idea apart from the name and the club and the age of players like Curtis Till. They never watch him play. You could not have done that. I was here when the game was to start. I remember Ball Kerr when we was talking about Wes Harding and the fact that he couldn't go across the line, and Fisher and their deficiencies on the right back. And everybody jump on the case. But we're not going back in history. We're at the midfield now. This midfield is weak, has been our weakest point, and is still weak. I am happy at the addition of Kevin Stewart. I think he will bring some quality and could play alongside someone like Daniel Johnson, but you lose the best of what Daniel Johnson would bring, right?
In terms of the attacking part of it.
In attacking part of the game, if you have him deep lying, right? And Kevin Stewart has some qualities. But I heard somebody earlier in a comment you made
10
earlier.
more seconds, Scatter. So somebody
no, man, I don't really have nothing more to say on the midfield. I said the midfield was the weakest. It is still weak. We have not solved the CDM problem. The CDM that we have brought in still has some deficiencies in terms of, not deficiencies, it's a different type of CDM than the one we're really looking for. It's not a ball-winning enforcer.
Right, and when you look at Kevin Stewart too, he, as you rightfully said, he's somewhat injury prone. I'm not sure if he would have gotten over something like that. But I mean, if he's out, then the replacements are going to be very, very, very tight. Marlon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, what Katark was talking about, Rakeen Harper. If you look at it, West Bromwich Albion youth coach, who is he? One of our icons, Dean Burton. Right? And I think we have about 8 or 9 players who can represent Jamaica in West Brom. There's Edwards, who was in the Premier League side, had a couple games. There's Burrell, a young striker there. They have so much young players in the squad, and Dean Burton is there. I heard Dean Burton on the radio personally said they have a lot of talented Jamaican players. Right? That was in last year. He was on what's the name again? World Traitors show in the morning. And this is a person who we have, and if we have a relationship with the players who represent the team before, tell me now, you're supposed to kind of reach out as an organization, right? A technical committee team, and say, Dean, do you have any Jamaican players in your squad there? Right? Because I listened to Mr. Speedy there, and he said once he hears Premier League players and Championship players, the eyes are open, brighter. And yet, so we have a Dean Burton who's working in a team where there's players here who, first team players who can add to the national team now, and we don't know of these players, right? If you look at it, Haka is in the team, right? What's in the team? We could have gone and called Rudolph Aston. We could have went for Rudy the same way. They're both in the same age group. Rudolph Aston is basically still active, right? I don't know where we're looking at. There's from Orlando City. If you're working with a pool of players, we could have brought him in. We have young Justin McMaster, who's at Minnesota, who just got in the MLS. Since you want to see players, I think McMaster will add more than Luke and all these young guys right now. So we have some talented players there. If you're looking at defenders, there's Anthony Walks at Atlanta. So the amount of players we have out there to choose from. So when you look at it, if we're gonna say this is the best system, and no, it's not. That's the honest truth.
All right, cool.
There's still players we have here in the local league. You know, like a Lionel Rankin, a more pleasant. I think it is ever look as a midfielder.
All right, point taken. But I want you gentlemen to correct me if I'm wrong. We have been calling for Martin Davis. Many persons have been calling for him to go and play friendlies and all of that to get a look in. Is it fair for Martin for us to be calling for Martin to be a part of this 60-man squad, knowing that they will not give him a game because they wouldn't have had him played in games before? Anybody see where the contradiction is?
But Kevin Short would not have played a game before. Jordan Cousins would not have played a game before, but they're going to come and get their game.
Okay, fair enough.
But coach,
Fair
to be honest, Martin could add something to the squad. He might
I
not
believe
be
so.
He might be in the 23, but there are players there now, right? There are players named in the squad. They're just coming back in the country to play football, right? I know definitely they won't be a part of the under 23, but as Cataract say, when you mentioned Javan Watson, right? And he's a person who has been out of football since last season when he got released from Aston Villa. So if we're looking at it from a long term, I'm looking at there's a lot of questions. That's the biggest. When I saw the squad this morning on Conquer Cup website, that was the biggest question mark.
All right, so trust me, this will continue on and on and on, because this midfield, to me, in my estimation, it is still not. I think players are going to probably play out of their position when they look on things, if they are selected correctly in the final 23. But let's move.
Coach, you might have to pull
Yes.
a few of the talented players in the forward line to bolster the midfield.
That's what I'm thinking as well. And as you speak on that, let's go over to the forward line. Leon Bailey, Mikel Antonio, Norman Campbell, Jevon East, Junior Flemings, Owen Gordon, Dane Kelly, Shamar Nicholson, Kemal Malcolm, Colorado Murray, Kimar Roof, Blair Turgot, Ricardo Morris, Deva Orgill, Romario Williams, Bobby Reed, Kahim Paris, Jamal Lowe. I see they have Roof named twice. All right, so that's it. As you smile, Dre, talk to us about this forward line.
Forward line, it depends. We say a couple asterisks in it, you know. All right, so we have two asterisks in the forward line, depending on the passport issue. Antonio and Gray. If they're in the squad, it kind of changed my opinion on the forward them when we pick to make it to Gold Cup, because I have Low up on the wing, beating out Turgot. Then on the other side, I have Bailey and Reed. That's Bobby. And Roof, Antonio, Gray, and Shamar. Adman out would be Corey Burke, depending if Antonio and Gray passport there. If the passport then not reach, then Turgot and Corey Burke would have been the replacement then for them two there. But it's a strong forward line. It's just puzzling how Tapaga using tactics to find a way to play Roof, Antonio, and Bailey at the same time. But it's going to take a genius, and it's a good idea for us still.
It's not that difficult.
Go ahead, Dr. Since you start, Tar.
I don't see Lowe starting. I see Reed, Roof, Antonio, and Bailey, and Roof playing the 10, and Ravel, and then you have a CDM. That's the team. I think that's the best attacking team.
Okay.
You could play Reed as one of the midfielders, just run his socks off. I think you got to play your best players. It has to be a balanced team. I think you play your best players. I actually don't see Lowe starting, actually, or Gray starting, or Turgot. I think you really pick the team based on merit and prior accomplishments. I think the 4 players I mentioned will be in the starting team.
Okay. All right, Chris, welcome, and talk to us about this forward line. 60-man squad. We're not hearing you. Formula, take it over until we can hear Chris.
Yeah, okay. So by the way, Cataract, did you say that Antonio has his passport?
No, I don't have that information. Is as far as I'm concerned, it's not. No, not that I know of. No.
Oh, not that you know of. All right, cool. So obviously we don't know whether Antonio will feature in the Gold Cup, yes or no. So that's a big issue that is still up in the air. It's looking okay. It's looking okay. If Antonio doesn't play, the center forward position will be up for grabs in terms of who plays center forward, who play through the middle, and who play out wide. But I like the forward line. It's looking okay, and it's looking like if we can get the ball to our forward line in this tournament, we can do some damage. So I'm comfortable with the forward line. Just the big question
If
of just the big question of or the frequency at which we can get it to the forward line, but just the big question of Antonio.
yeah, well said. Chris, you're back. Let us see if we can hear you.
Yeah, man, you can hear me now?
Yeah, man.
All right. Good night, gentlemen. Formula bless up for the follow as well on Instagram. Really appreciate it. The forward line, I'm actually more confident in this forward line, to be honest. The only thing I'm concerned with is the passport issue, which I know that everybody has a concern with. Andre Graham, Mikel Antonio, who is obviously when Gray played for us against Serbia, you saw where he has improved the forward line. You want to talk about somebody that sees an eye for goal and score. More particularly, if you saw the goal that he scored against Serbia, you would see that he has an eye for goal. And that is somebody we need in the squad. Also, Shamar Nicholson, Bowser, you really can't say too much about Bowser. You just want to type in Shamar Nicholson's goal versus United States, and you know how potent he is. I like this forward line. I have no problem with this forward line. My main concern was the middle of the park. But this forward line I have no problem with. The only problem I have in terms of getting all these these players is the passport issue. Of course, with Mikel Antonio, the man from West Ham, and of course Andre Gray, who's back in the Premier League. So those are the only two concerns I have. But I'm all right with the forward line, to be honest.
MPEC.
Yes, I'm really happy with the forward line. I think it is significantly stronger than our midfield. I was thinking maybe we have to pull, say, a Bobby Reed out of the forward line and play him in the midfield, the straight midfield. I was kind of surprised of some of the names that I saw there. Though they were not good enough to call up for the practice
Friendly.
games, right? But they are good enough to make this. So if those players make this list, why a Fletcher then didn't make this list? So there are a lot of inconsistencies. But overall, the forward line is decent, so I don't have any major problems. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. Well, the last time I spoke to the president, he told me that he's trying to get Gray and Antonio on documents sorted out in time. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed.
And their toes.
So of
All
course,
right, yeah, you made a good point there, because when we look at the US game, some of these players, were they a part of the strike, or were they approached? If not, all of a sudden they're in this squad. You know what I mean? So it's kind of inconsistent, like you said. Marlon, what is your say on the forward line? I think it's a very potent one. It's just the
Well,
problem of getting the ball to them.
well, I did a stream earlier this evening, and I had the forward and the defense as the strongest point of the team. Because if all goes well and you have a Gray with Antonio, Shamar, Kemaru, The wingers are there with Bailey, Bobby Reed, and Jamalo. That's a very, very potent attack. That attack will really put us in the top 2, top 3 in CONCACAF. So the problem now, I'm looking to see most of the attackers are gonna come on the flanks. Because if you look at the strength of the team right now, you're looking at the wingers to really swinging those crosses. If Antonio is there, we know how strong he is already in the box. So the forward line, I'm very impressed with it. As you were saying about players not included, I think Paris and Normal Campbell, who was in the previous squad, I think both of them were out for various reasons. I think both of them had playoff games, so they have to be excused. But as I said, still, just hopefully, as MPEG said, hopefully these two guys' paperwork are intact, and once they're there, it should be a good thing in the Gold Cup. As when I went through and analyzed the squad today, the Jamaica squad is right up there with the Mexican squad and the Canadian squad.
I wanted to say something about that, which is very important, and in order we can have loads of stars that in terms of the front line, we can have the loads of stars, but we'll have to look at what persons are located in the middle of the park that is going to service these people, these strikers. These strikers are potent, All of us agree that the front line is very potent and we are happy with it. But we need effective midfielders that are going to service them, as coach and others have rightfully said. Where are we going to get that service to provide? Now, of course, we know persons like Ravel Morrison can apply those service. But we spoke about it. I know Cataract said it the last stream, that he is not match fit. How is he going to get match fit? And we don't want to use the Gold Cup. Evidently, we're going to have to, but we don't want to use the Gold Cup for him to be match fit. I spoke to Damian Lowe even today, via Instagram. We were DMing each other, and him tell me, said, Bridging, I'm tired for we'll go finals Gold Cup 2 years straight. I want to lift that trophy. How are we going to lift that trophy when there's not a lot of servicemen to provide the potent front line? We can't have them not getting any service. Them not gonna score a goal. And we don't want them to keep creating for themselves. If they're creating for themselves, they're leaving their front line open. And that is where the defenders are more comfortable on the opponent side, because they know they cannot go, they will not advance to them. And once it goes up there, then they can easily collect the ball and start their style of play. So I would want to see how we're going to service these strikers, because if we can get off some formidable match fit servicemen, then there's no doubt we can lift this Gold Cup. And as he said, the guy previously said, this front line can match Canada and Mexico in CONCACAF. That's how good we are. But we have to look at the phase below that. We cannot keep kicking from defense to forward. That not gonna work. You understand? So we need to have these midfielders step up to the plate and make sure that these front men get the service they need to score goals.
All right, you made a very good point there, Chris. But my thing is that, and you're talking about sports. There's no magic one in sports where a player or a team goes into a competition expecting to win without being thoroughly prepared. Because from what I know, proper preparation prevents poor performance. And I like the ambition of Nana, but when you look at things, our best team has not yet come together in terms of preparation. They have not played together more than one game, if they have come together yet. So how can we our thoughts of winning when we are underprepared. And I want somebody to correct me if I'm wrong. Me think the team underprepared.
Gentlemen,
They're spot on, coach.
Hold on,
gentlemen,
Devon. I soon let you talk, Devon. Let me finish. The fact of the matter is, the only way we can have a victory in this Gold Cup if the other teams come and they are below par in terms of they can't match up to us. But if we expect to win a competition, how are we going to win when we are underprepared? It cannot work. There's no magic one in sports where you put it across and say, hey, Jamaica, win the Gold Cup this year, 2021. It's not going to happen. We are underprepared. And I like the thought of us winning this Gold Cup. But when you really look on the grand scheme of things, it will not happen. Unless the competition is below par. We go up against some schoolboy as a national team and we just go kick some ball past them and win the competition. Yes, Devon, you were saying.
It sounds like people are nervous in terms of the team. We must not look at the 60 players that is selected, because you all know that some people won't be a factor. 60 was just to make up a roster to give to CONCACAF, to say we have a 60-man pool, because there are people who warrants a call in the pool is not in the pool. Okay? I think we must think about the 30 players or 26 players that's going into camp when they call a camp, because now you have to pick 23 from that 30 or 26, and it must be the best 23 players, bar none. Okay? If it means that how many English-based players in the squad? 16. If it means that the 16 of them are the top players, and then you look at the players who are supposed to be the core players with the Lows and the Taxi Lawrence and Alvas Powell, and we have to select our best 23. And in terms of preparation, I said it about the Japan tour, that the team is not prepared properly, and I get stick about it. Listen, it's not because you have hand, leg, and feet you can get up and think, say, you're going to play football and win a tournament. A tournament, there's proper planning, no hiccups. When you go into camp, you can't go into camp and play Rondo. Rondo can't cut it for win a Gold Cup. You have to work on systems of play.
And we can't follow Captain and say, catch it should be.
Okay, systems of play, functionals. You have to work on team shape, chemistry, the best players together, who suited together, to get results. You have to be well organized. And I think I must give the coach that. Tapa's team always look organized, especially when we defend. Okay? They carry a good shape, but in terms of attacking, I think one of our biggest problem in attacking is that our transition game from defense to offense, when we capture the ball, what we do with it, how can we get the ball quickly moving forward and get people coming into attack. Okay? When, like, I coach my teams, I have a 10-second rule. And my 10-second rule is that when you lose possession of the ball, you have 10 seconds to regain position. When you regain position, what you do, okay? And this is how I coach my players. I think we have adequate midfielders to get the ball up front. And as a matter of fact, I will say this with no apology. I think we have the best front four in CONCACAF right now, with no apology. Bobby Reed, Michael Antonio, Kemar Roof, Leon Bailey. Okay? They are playing in some of the highest leagues, and I think they have enough experience. They are battle proven, thick and thin. I think we have the best front four. In terms of midfield, we might not have gotten the combative lion, the judge, the general to help bolster the middle of the park, but I think Kevin Stewart comes with some quality. He's a good passer. He reads the game well. His vision of the game is impeccable. Jordan Cousin, to a lesser extent. I mean, I've seen him play. He's not overall the type of player I am looking for, but I think he can do a job. And if we can have midfielders who can shield Ravel Morrison, I think we will probably get the best out of him in modern time. If we can regain, if he can regain the form that he plays with when he plays at West Ham, I can tell you he's gonna take CONCACAF by storm. In terms of defense, I have no problem with it. I think we have formidable defenders. Pinnock, Law, Moore, Mariapa. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody else?
The great
Yeah,
Curtis Tilt. The great Curtis Tilt.
Hector, that's
Um,
it. Hector.
he, as a matter of fact, he does not factor in my 23. I'll prefer carrier a Michael Hector. Um, he's coming off an injury, which is what was a hamstring. I don't think he will be fit for the Gold Cup. You know, I think if this team does not do properly, I have to turn things onto the man who is in charge. Not gonna call any name. Anybody should know who's in charge. So the shortcomings would fall on him. You have seasoned professional, and if you can get them to play together, one thing I must say, I'm looking at the team and I see a little bit of segregation going on. Um, we need to get that fixed. We need to get everybody on the right page. We don't need to go to Gold Cup with a dressing room problem. Everybody must be on par. And if I was in charge, I would fix it. Okay? I'm not calling any names, but I think the person who is at forefront should fix that. You get the team together and you have a conversation with the team and say, listen, we are Jamaicans. It doesn't matter where we were born, we representing one flag, one nation, and we all are one. And we have a long tournament plus World Cup qualifying. And I will be listening out, keeping my eyes open. I have second and third eyes. And if there's anybody who's gonna disrupt this team, trust me, I have adequate players I can bring in. And no second thought about it.
So,
All
coach.
right. Well said, Devon. Yes, Qatar, go ahead.
Right. I will speak on the forward line first, and then address some things that my good friend Devon raised. Firstly, the forward line is very potent, but unfortunately, I think some of us are going to cry come July 1. I can't repeat some of the things I know, but I think some of us are going to cry come July 1. And we will have shows to discuss that. But promises are comfort to a fool. I say that at that. In terms of who would start, as I said before, I've been consistent that you don't break up a winning tandem. And I think that Andre Gray has scored a goal and an assist in his first two games, but he came on in late in the last Japan game. And those stats deserve a starting berth until you fail to score and then you lose your place. I would like to see Jamal Lowe and Andre Gray together. I thought in the USA game, for two players who have never played before, coming together and developing a chemistry. It was unfortunate that it couldn't continue, but I'd like to see that chemistry being built. So I'm going to the obvious missing, and again, somebody can more wiser than me can explain to me why Johnson Clark Harris, who is the Golden Boot, scored 30 goals in League One, can't get a look in on the forward line. And the inconsistency, again, coach, I'm going to keep raising it. Malcolm, Javon East had 2 games, and I'm going to requote the commentator that I listened to on CVM. It was slow torture, death by 1,000 cuts, just sitting and watching 2 players totally out of their depth. And I can't see how players fail not to even get a shot on target, but then you make your way into a 60-man squad when, again, you have a player who hit the net 30 times in a season in a league that is better than the league that we have. So somebody has to explain that maths to me.
Cataract, I could say something about Johnson Clark, but I'll reserve it.
Okay. I would love to hear, right? It will be a good mix to watch. I just take this as a 60-man squad. There'll be another time to discuss a 23-man squad when the squad gets cut down, when there's a deadline and those things. So I'm just commenting on the 60-man squad. My good friend, Devon, the eternal optimist. And we'll remember how Devon came before the Japan game and told us, not to worry, don't be afraid, these players that. So I'm telling you, I am worried, I am nervous. Because it's not only us who is in the Gold Cup. There are other teams who are preparing. There are other teams who have been playing together. Even though they have taken losses, like Suriname, but at least they have been playing some competitive games together, and their players have been playing competitively. Costa Rica may have dropped off, but Costa Ricans always lift their game to come and play against Jamaica. So those are things to be of concern about. The issue with the British-born and the Jamaican-born players and that rift, I hope that it's settled and there's some professional mediators brought in, because this come in like when Southside and Tel Aviv have a peace, and then 2 weeks later shots start fire back. It is not something you can gloss over, Devon, by coming and giving some nice patriotic speech. We're all Jamaicans, we are all this. shots still have a fire, right? Because there is a fundamental, deep-seated, whatever the issue is. I'm not going to pretend to be a psychologist. So those are the off the field issues. I can't see how Malcolm and Javon East make a 60-man squad. It's just mind-boggling. And I think it is Devon's first point is instructive as well as destructive. We a catch-up player. This is a 60-man squad list. When England put out their squad list, although it was 33 man, they never have no fillers in there. They had players, competent players at each number going down. So if you are going to fill the thing and fill the thing and fill the thing, that is an indictment on what is here. Coach, 100% agree with you. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. And we are going to pay dearly for the lack of preparation. I know chattings, football don't play on paper, it don't play on YouTube. It play on a field. When the adrenaline kick in and you're running for 60 minutes and 70 minutes, teams are not going to come and sit around like Serbia did to make us look good. I expect to see hard-running teams similar to how Japan was operating. And so everybody who feel comfortable and cheering along, make us see. I want to hear on the Johnson Clark missing from the forward line. What is the rationale? That's really my concern on the forward line. And then when we come down to the 23-man squad, we can see who juggle and who fit in. But I know there are players there whose passport is not in hand. And who at one point we were told, Mpek and I, that Monday, they would have everything ready Monday. And Monday came and gone. So, and coach, if time permits down the line, I'm going to raise some things about, somebody raised something in the chat about West Brom and the number of players at West Brom who are under the tutelage of Dean Burton. Right? I don't, you can tell me if it's not the appropriate time, you can cut me off. But I just wanted to try something because I was on I Am Sure Sports. I helped him out when he was dealing with, he was interviewing Mr. Speed. And I made a suggestion that on the JFF website should have a button or a page dedicated to recruitment that says, do you want to play for Jamaica? Hit this button, a form come up, it give you the information how to get your passport, contact Jamaica, etc. And I was given a very flippant answer. We would never be able to handle we get 20, 30, 40 applications for people to come. We can't handle it. And I just happened to go on a website of a football club, Swansea, right? And they had something that says, if you're a player and would like to be thing for Swansea, Swansea Academy, enter your name, enter the club that you currently play for, the league, and where your next match is. And we will send a scout out. If you're a fan and you know of a player, please submit the name, position, etc., etc., etc. So I just thought I'd just do something foolish. I just entered one of my little cousin name in England. And I did it in the night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I hear my phone and ring. And I said, boy, who this called me? And when I listen, a man called me and said, hi, I'm calling from Swansea. When I look at my time, it was 9 o'clock England time. I'm calling from Swansea regarding Mr. Blake. You said there's a player named Harvey Lawrence of Jamaica and that he's playing in Birmingham at Sutton Coldfield. He says, you said the next match is next week Sunday. We have a scout in Birmingham. We'd like the scout to go over there. That at 9 o'clock, less than about 6 hours later, Swansea contact me. I had to tell him, listen, no, it was a mistake. I was just checking something, but I really wanted to find out about a player at Swansea to find out if he's Jamaican. But that just was to show you that people who are serious about football want the talent any way they can get it. They are not willing to allow talent to slip through their hands. And you know what the Swansea admin person said to me? He says, do you know we have 6 Jamaicans who start in our team? I said, really? He said, yes, we have 6 Jamaicans, including one. What are you lot? I said, what do you mean by what are you lot? You being racist? He said, no, no, no. I mean one who was born in Jamaica. 6 Jamaicans start for Swansea. Jordan Garrick is born in Kingston, Jamaica. I didn't even know that. I mean, I researched all that just to show you.
Yeah, me know
And
that.
the man said they were surprised at Swansea when the JFF came to Jamal Lowe, who is English born, and went through the thing of getting his papers, etc., and overlooked somebody who has a Jamaican passport, is born in Jamaica, and play in the same first team, starts for Swansea, right? They were just a bit surprised. The issue at CDM, there's Corey Smith at Swansea, who is a CDM, who we're having issue. And somebody mentioned the young man at West Bromwich. Dion Burton has two 20-year-old CDMs in his under 23 squad. We should not be having these problems. That's my take on it in that light, Devon. So I am not optimistic and overblowing. I pay for my ticket. I go and go support my side. Like me say, I hustle up some money, get some money pull up, and pay for my ticket. Can't get them Royal Box ticket they like Stan Cranky, but I go there in a poor man section, I cheer on. You understand? And all of us must support the team because the team pick, right? But we cannot gloss over the fact that there's just some bad management. I went on the Preston North End website because somebody directed me to a player, one of the family who play in the academy, and I went and look up. And coach, not tonight, but maybe tomorrow, I want to just read to you. The people them have a philosophy that each academy player has to sign them name to and swear to. You know what I just brief, you know what they say that their football philosophy is and their system. We were talking about football system and the format. Their system and football philosophy is to win with style, to play attractive, attacking football. Full stop. 2 sentences. And then they add 5 tenets of that philosophy, that goal. We don't even have that. So I can see the system that Daniel Johnson is coming from. When you see Daniel, he's always trying to play some nice football. And I said, wow, this is where it's coming from. We have to get everything right, coach. And what about the fans? I want to take a minute. Why I can't get a ticket in Jamaica? Why the federation hasn't secured some tickets for the hardcore fans that we can purchase so that we can sit together, so that we can have an impact. These things speak volume. You have to treat your fans well. I do recall in Captain Burrell's time, when we were traveling to Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, the federation had a block of tickets and we sat together. I mean, we don't have the same sort of intensity and thing, but I hope this is not the same for when we're going in the World Cup qualifier. One man sitting mounts 200 El Salvador, and I'm going to beat it to Frassel.
But Cataract, if my memory serves me right, the federation supposed to get at least 3,000 tickets to sell to Jamaican fans. You know that?
I don't talk what I don't know, but but these things we have to know.
This is how the real world of football is.
Operate, yes. The home team and the opposition and the away team get tickets.
Yes. There are allotments of tickets to say 3,000 fans, and they have to sell the ticket to 3,000 fans. Now, whatever they're doing with them, it's their business. But this is how the real world of football is. The away fans, the home fans get certain allotments. and then the rest of the ticket just goes to the public. Okay, so they must know how they run their business. I just think we need down the road a big shakeup, because this is not how football and its business supposed to run. You know, you don't do things at last minute. You know, you have to get things organized. And I think we have competent people who can do this. But are they interested in running the football? You know, I'm not saying that there's not good people. There are good people in the JFF. And there are people who don't have the football interest at heart. I always says the people who run the organization is not their football, because if it was their football, their name would be on it. It says Jamaica Football Federation. So it's the people's football.
Yes.
Okay? And if we gonna sit down and cry over spilled milk, we are the problems. You remember when the Trinidadian went to the 2010 World Cup and never get paid? What happened? They take over the federation. Nobody couldn't go in there. They shut it down. They seize everything, the players. So if we think that the football management is not there, why don't we act? I'm not saying that we must go to tear up the place, but we should act accordingly. As listen, the federation have guidelines, and if you get those guidelines and you read them and study them, there are laws that govern you to do the necessary things. But we don't have them. I mean, you can download them, you have access to them. Because I have access to them, because I download them. And anybody want a copy, I can send them a copy. You know, and there are guidelines. But at this point in time, it is what it is. We have less than 4 weeks to go into a tournament. We have to just pray, hope, and pray that they do the right thing, select the right team, and we're not ifing and butting going into a major tournament, because everybody is optimistic about winning the Gold Cup. I will say it in real Jamaican, me not think so. We have not put the plan forward going into Gold Cup to lift the trophy. We'll have a good tournament, but in terms of winning and lifting that trophy, it's not gonna happen. Not this time around. You know? Not this time around. We have to fix certain things, and time is too short for us to fix it. Going into the World Cup qualifying, if they do the right thing, can be better than the Gold Cup. And that's what they need to aim for, to go into the World Cup with a positive mind to do well.
But Mr. Porter,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's such a weird space we find ourselves in, right? It's such a weird space because on the one hand, we're looking at a team on paper that should be competing for this title. But on the other hand, we have serious doubts as to whether it can happen. I understand your point, and it's a very good point. I wouldn't take it that far though. I'm not gonna say we can't win the Gold Cup. I am going to say that the possibility of it happening, the degree or the possibility of it happening is a lot less than it would be if we had got the preparation right.
But
So
Farmer,
what
I think that is what Devon said, but he's just saying it in a raw manner.
that's what I said.
You're being diplomatic.
That's exactly what I said.
No,
You're
that's
putting it, listen,
not. He's putting it as an English base.
formula.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it takes to win title because I have won titles, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
It is not easy, and my team never have all this problem. Not all of this cuss and you understand?
Yeah.
So one sense of optimism is that we have made the semifinal, we have made the final, and I just picked my 23. We have the best squad of 23 we have had in the history of Jamaican football. Period.
And so you're right. You're probably right.
And it would only get better because, as we're saying, I think, Captain Barr get a lot of kudos and plaudits for what he has done, and you can't take away from him. But I'm not sure even in his time, we had the comprehensiveness that I needed to go source all these players, a total view of, where do all my players reside? Where do all them play? Go out, get that inventory, as Cataract alluded to, assess the inventory, and bring them in. I think we're doing it piecemeal, but we're making progress as it relates to that. Because I've never seen so many English-based or born players in the Jamaica team with better quality than a lot of Jamaican players who are now in the 60-man squad, frankly. If I pick my team, I must admit in the 23, I don't see a lot of Jamaican-born players in that 23 number, if we pick it just based on what we know of the players and their capability. So I would say that we're making progress in that area. I don't agree with Cataract that, we have to do a better job of having a much more structured process and ways of really figuring out how we can move the program along, inclusive of getting that inventory of players, inclusive getting in-depth knowledge of those players and their capability. Do they fit what we want to do? You have to source them and bring them to the program. I thought with a 60-man squad, for example, players like Keita Taylor-Hart would have been included if it's just to reach out to them and say, you know what, we're thinking about you, you're part of the program. Because we're putting people in this list who, frankly, shouldn't be in the list. 37-year-old player, unattached club, should be in the list. Those players who are 17 with a top 10 Premier League team, who have an interest in our program, we should be encouraging them to think about us as they may not make it to the Gold Cup or even the World Cup qualifiers, but at least they know they're in the plans for the future if they keep on progressing as they're progressing. So I do think the JFF seems to need help, frankly, no matter what they say. As someone said, they're a private corporation, and that's part of the problem because I'm not sure if they think about, one is what their reputation is like, and how tarnished it is, or frankly, do they give a darn? Do they really care? I mean, because it's not like a public company. You can, as a shareholder, you can go vote them out if they're on the board of directors, or their president, you can, as a board, terminate them. It's a little bit different construct in terms of how they were elected, their term of service, and how they continue in those roles. And frankly, the way things work in Jamaica, maybe in those positions, they may be positions for life, frankly, the way it works. So you may not be able to change the situation as it is today. I may never be able to change it. The important thing, though, is that we shouldn't be silent. We have various forums and ability to try to influence the process, and we should utilize them that we have at our disposal to help to make changes, because a lot of people are very knowledgeable about football, about players, do their own scouting, their own sourcing. And if the JFF was smart, they would put a situation in place where, you know what, they don't have the resources, but they leverage people who have an interest and who will do things, whether it's a nominal fee or pro bono, to help them achieve their objective. But I'm not sure they think that way, because sometimes Jamaicans just want to do things by themselves to get all the credit when they don't realize that everyone needs a helping hand to achieve their goals.
Stan, I want to say something.
No man is an island, no man stands alone.
Stan, I want to say something, right? And I'm going to have to check myself. I don't want to agree with you too much because the show I got mash up. But first thing, coach, I'm not going to really talk again unless we see some money pull up coming out. We can't do them kind of assessment for free, brother. The coach's desk needs your support. I mean, a sound man, I'm gonna play for free, I'm gonna pull up for free, I'm gonna talk for free. My voice is expensive. And they have voices like Formula Sports with its perfect English up in the hills. And they have a Canadian body who talk pat while a deaf one. Well, put some money on the board, man. Because I think we made some solid points. Look here.
Cataract, don't remember, I'm a born Jamaican, eh?
Okay, my brother. I do.
Okay.
Because you know, we have been working together. People don't understand how much work going in tandem to do that.
All right.
Right?
Yeah, man.
All right. So, Stan, here's the thing. If the players never went on a strike, we would never have these English-based players in the team.
Preach.
It is by a buck-up.
Yeah. Yeah. Preach.
It is by a buck-up.
Preach.
Because the fundamental buck-up alongside Ketchy Shubi. It is a buck-up.
Cataract.
Why these players are now in the team with so much quality, right? Somebody pulled a draw with some fires that had dust and cobweb on them and blow them off because they did not have the money to pay back the USA that they got paid for the game. Anybody, and I'm telling you this without an apology, if Made said to them, say Anthony Grant in April before the USA game, he would have there that side have been the biggest thing. It could have been 39 or 40. But now we get some players so we can get some stylish thing. But back then it was desperation. Two, Stan, I want to say to you that it's not about a lack of positivity, but you have players in the team, and I agree with you that we could have used this opportunity to signal to players who may not make it, like Keto Taylor Hart. So I can understand how Keto is not in the team. Johnson, Clark, Harris, not in the squad. Even if they were not going to make the 23-man squad, but at least Dejan Russell, Dejan Anderson at Lazio. How do you factor in these? This is the Ketchy show we get that money pull up. What do you mean? These how did they factor in these right backs? 4 right backs, but one who has a passport, who somebody at Lazio, which is a top club in the world, certainly in the top 20 club in the world, says he is good enough to be in the team. And yet we have gone 4 deep without being able to include him in the 60. So that don't make no sense to me. You're going for Javon Watson. Hold on. You're going for Javon Watson, right? Why wouldn't you call Garrett McCleary, who is younger than Javon Watson, who has started 33 games this season for Wickham Wanderers? Match fit, match ready, not playing FIFA on him sofa with him little son. Why would he not be in the 60 if you were trying to pad the list?
And he's a Jamaican player.
He's a former international.
Plays at the highest level.
Right? You have Giovanni, is it Giovanni Watson or Giovanni at Colchester, a forward who was in our under-17 World Cup squad. So he have a passport from way back then. He's a starting striker, played 20-something games this season. Why would you not include him?
He plays in the under-20.
He played for the under-20 World Cup, sorry, right? Whichever one. Sometime I think there.
Mm-hmm.
Why have we gone back to players who have failed consistently? because so there are other ways we could have padded the squad. That's
because
that's
even Joy Desert. Why Joy Desert who play under 21st? He obviously have a Jamaican passport, not in the squad.
So the
It's
inconsistencies is mind-boggling, and it doesn't sit well with me because it speaks to an unfairness. It speaks to some sort of I don't know what, and it causes you to then but can't defend when people have some question and make some little careless comment because you put yourself in that line. No, I am saying to you, the last thing I'm going to say to you, Stan, you stay there and pencil on a 23-man squad because when that squad announced and you see some of the names, me and
you selling ticket in go.
Because may I tell you right now, I should look at in the squad, 23-man squad. I might be Bobby Reed and make it.
I think Luca Levy should be in the squad. We do need equipment,
in the 23-man squad?
We need equipment, man. We need people to help who can come around and help with the merchandise. I don't think Luca Levy should be a player, I would admit. I watched Luca play, and I don't think Luca is at that level. Look, I don't want to like Luca.
Mr. Cranky.
Dan, remember, we're supposed to be respectful of players.
Mr. Cranky.
No,
please behave yourself. Please behave yourself, Mr. Cranky.
I apologize, Luca.
Cranky, regress, man.
Yeah, regress. I apologize,
behave
Luca.
Yourself,
I apologize,
Mr.
Luca.
Cranky.
But I don't see Luca. Let Luca can. Yeah, you want to? I would love to be around the squad if I was Luca. I don't think Luca has shown enough in all the games that he has played to warrant being in the 23. I'm not saying Luca's a good or bad player. I can't really tell.
Cranky.
Because he hasn't gotten a full run. He hasn't gotten a full run, or have I seen him play enough? But what I've seen has not been sufficient given the players I see in my list.
That is not true. He has good skills. He has the skill to be able to throw the ball during training. Very good.
And guess what?
The ball to his colleagues in the training field.
Yeah, let me regress again.
Let me step in.
So when the catch should be, he's very good at that. It's accurate, man. The man them can warm up. So, yeah. But
Devon, you were saying, Devon. Sorry, you were saying.
Listen. I've seen him play, and he's not a bad player. I honestly think he's not a bad player. What his weakness is strength and awareness. If you give him to me, listen to me, Cranky. If you give him to me a year in Jamaica,
Devon, you can't give to God for a year. Devon, you know what? I'll stop. Devon, let me say it, Devon. I don't like to assess people based on 1 or 2 games, right? But in 1 or 2 games, you can show me certain touches. Like I see Ravel play for 5 years and I say, you know what? I bought him. I watch him more and more and I say, you know what?
Yes, it might be timid.
Devon. When you go in a game and you can't make a simple 5-yard pass in that game, Devon, no matter who you're playing against, because you just want to get the touch of the ball, right? You may even pass it backwards to your defender to get the feed and go back and get it, and then pass it again so you get into the game. I've watched him play and I've seen enough. I've seen enough to say he may have skills playing against players at his level, but when your level steps up, I don't see it, Devon. And that's what we don't understand, which is what level you're playing at. You have to assess the player, a combination of where do I see that person projecting future-wise, coupled with where they are today and who they're playing against. Because you can look great against certain opponents, you know. But when the competition steps up and the level steps up, can you also step up at that level?
And the thing about
before you rebut, Devon, before you rebut, DeLorean, Super Chat, he said Ravel Morris attracts a lot of these players to join the team. These players no talent. Give the ball at the number 10 and make him do him thing.
I thought that was for Cataracts. So Cataracts and Lauren, those stuff.
Yeah.
Where you get that fact from? I tell you, sir, these files were in there long before even Ravel came about, including Ravel, right? So that is not a fact. Ravel don't make the ball come. I mean, apart from Blair Turgot, he did speak to Blair Turgot. So I give him that. But that is a myth, along with several other myths, which are going to be addressed in this Gold Cup. But
quality attracts quality, you know.
but Stan, I want to say to you in terms of Luca Livy, right? And I mean in all seriousness. If you don't have the fundamentals of the football game, first touch, ball control, simple passing, it don't matter what you're doing, you can't operate at international level. You can't get out of your country. Right? Now, the fact that he has been given opportunities, you have to grab those opportunities and force your way into the squad. Many players have been asked to come on for 5 minutes and 10 minutes and impress, and then make the starting lineup the following week. As so football go. You get your 10 minutes, you get your 11 minutes, you get your 15 minutes. Most players get 10 minutes. They come on in the 88th minute and the coach give them something and they turn the game around. But my issue with Luca Lee, because he doesn't pick himself, or maybe he does. I don't know, he might be a hacker and has hacked into the JFF compute laptop and put his name there. And we might have to call in CTOC to check out this list to see if there wasn't a hack. Because some things are inexplicable. And some people trying to explain it by putting on some pretty up something.
And Cataract, me not pretty up nothing, you know. He's not a bad player. No.
Devon,
I tell you, he's not
I
a bad player.
I can tell Devon.
Devon has not watched
No, he's not a bad player. Me I tell you, he is not a bad player.
Cataract. Look, I'm no fan of Luca Levy, you know. I'm no fan of Luca Levy, but I do think that we're judging the player a little bit unfairly.
Yeah,
you have to look at the context. He hasn't played in a league, doesn't play much football.
I'm not his fan neither, but I watched him from he was at Maryland University. He is not a bad player. He might be nervous, I'm telling you, but he is not a bad player. Technically, he's good.
Hold on.
He's not a bad player.
Hold on. I'm just saying to you. Now we are saying that the level that we want to attract to the national squad is not bad. Not bad. Which in my book equates to average. Coach, but I'll give you something here, sir.
All right.
I'm asking
let me bottom line say something. Let me bottom line say something.
I'm asking for evidence that Ravel Morrison attracted Mikel Antonio, Kemar Roof, because it's nonsense. Kemar Roof has been in the mix since before the 2019 Gold Cup. So I am not going to sit and no panel here and somebody just put something in there with them make up they want to hear themselves. We have to deal with it. We have to come with the thing with factual.
Why are we focused on that cataract? That's not important. The important thing is this.
Hold on, cataract.
Mikel Antonio applied to the Confederation over 10 years ago when he was younger.
Cataract. We don't want to talk about that component, right? Because regardless of how they got here,
Yeah.
Right? That's the important thing. And you know what? I love that they're here and more are coming, because when we qualify, more coming in. So don't get comfortable with your space in the team, because you know what? Everybody's attracted to going to the World Cup. If we get to the World Cup, there are going to be more players being displaced. And we shouldn't get upset or perturbed if certain players who are not in 23 are upset. Because I can tell you, we're now disputing or have consternation about who's in the 60, and we're saying players are missing from the 60. Can you imagine the difference in perspective when it goes down to 23?
23, yeah.
As to who is included. You think about 60, and you're saying we should include 10, 15 more players who are not called, whether locally based or overseas based. Can you imagine when we cut that number to 23? Because there are some prominent names here which are not on my 23. So that would be even more challenging, difficult, and have different views as to who should be in and who should not be in. Yes,
hold on, I want.
Remember I said that when I came on and started talking.
Yeah.
It's not about the 60. It's about who is going into training camp, the 26 or the 30, and the 23 that's gonna be selected from that. I said it.
Yeah.
All right. So I want Dre, followed by Marlon, to answer that question on the screen, because this person Dirty Harry is saying we had a worse team. I don't know how he reaches that, but this is his views. And the team reached to the Gold Cup final. So how do you, and no, this team seemed to be a more formidable team. So how do you say, or how do you answer that question, Jay?
Okay, so given the team that currently assembled on paper, say for instance everybody has the passport and everything goes accordingly. Harden, Antonio, Gray, everybody, Stewart them. So this is the strongest team we could possibly put together. And of course it's a stronger team on paper than that played in previous Gold Cups. So, in my opinion, I expect us to actually win the Gold Cup, not just reach a final or a semi-final. And I believe with the hiring of Hall in the team, this also puts some pressure on Tapa to deliver in the Gold Cup and to deliver the trophy because now he'll be looking over his shoulder. So this even makes the pressure more intense, not only by picking the squad and the best squad and doing his coaching tactics with the squad assembled, but also thinking that his job's on the line, even though Paul Hall is coming in new into the team just for this one tournament. But he'll be under study and you'll be watching what type of mistakes that he's making, try to improve that, get taking notes, seeing where he's going wrong in games, training, and then I believe his job is on the line, depending how far they're going to go up. If they get knocked out at the quarterfinal or semifinal, we can't take no opponents lightly, especially bringing all these top-notch players together for the first time and the game isn't played on paper, it's played on the field. So if they don't get it together, depending on who we have on the field, it doesn't really matter. You got to play it out there when you assemble and how you play together as a team. All these individual talents that I see here, Roof, Antonio Bailey, Reed playing together up top, Casey, Ravel, DJ, Stewart. It don't matter who plays. We got to play together as a team and get the victory at the end of the day. And we can't take none of the opponents lightly. So everybody
Repeat
has
it again.
improved.
Repeat it again. Repeat it again. Let them hear again.
So
Repeat it.
all the teams since the last Gold Cup has improved. It don't matter if USA bring in a B or C team. You can't just say, "Oh, USA, we're playing against USA C team or B team." You got to put in the work on the field and not just play out there with your name. So, given if everything goes well, I expect us to win the Gold Cup. If not, Tapa job is in danger.
All right. Before Marlon comes in, um, follower Cataract said the money pull up. Mr. Eddie Special Edition. Give thanks, coach. Here's my money pull up. Love the show. But my personal feeling is that Jamaica will win the Gold Cup. All right. Jamaica needs to focus on accurately passing the ball, keeping possession, and moving into space. All right. So big up to that,
No,
Mr.
coach, you have to give
Special
it.
Edition.
Coach, that's not a money pull. That's a big money pull up. That's a big money puppy. Mr. Special Edition, brawling and brawling. And the point is well, coach. The point is so accurate.
For real.
Big up yourself, Mr. Special Edition. Yeah, man, respect. We love them kind of money. We love all kind of money, you know. We see our next one for the catchy should be boss. But
Yeah,
coach
man. So
can't say anything, you know.
big up, Cataract again. Money pull up, you catch your should be boss. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. So Marlon, go ahead and talk to us about the difference in terms of a lesser team, so to speak, versus this team. The lesser team would have gone to the final. The expectation of this team, which seems to be a better team on paper, high expectation is for this team.
All right, Dirty Harry, straight out. Don't take anybody lightly, right? If you go on the CONCACAF website, just go over the squads, go over the Curacao squad. If you know the Dutch players, just go over this Curacao squad. and see what they have done in 4 days. They're one of the teams that were delayed naming their squad. And it's literally 15 brand new players in this team. We're talking about quality players from PSV, Ajax, Feyenoord, Sparta Rotterdam, right? So yes, the squad has improved a lot. But guess what? If we're gonna look at the top 8 squad, the top 8 teams right now in CONCACAF, we are probably 8, because all of them have played together already. They have played a competitive game already. We have played one friendly. And when you look at it, we don't have a full squad together. So we are way behind everybody right now. So it's basically we're gonna catch up. Yes, we might have a stronger squad, but all the teams have improved. All the teams. So it's not a given that to say
Somebody
yes.
need to mute them mic. Some noise in the background.
Right? It's not a given to say that we went out and went to the final and went to the semi-final with 2 lesser team. But when you look at it, all the work the teams have done, they have improved their team. So if we can go to the semi-final, yes, all of us want Jamaica to win. But if we go to the semi-final, it's a big achievement. Just go on the CONCACAF website and Dirty Harry and just check the squads. Then you will see.
Nobody now play with it, and I don't want to take anybody lightly. Or coach your back, because some more money come on the board. You know, coach somebody who need to put some money. Dr. Joyful, they're England and I play professional football, and I don't see the pounds come on the board. I see Canadian money come on the board. I see US money. Dr. Joyful, they need to put some money on the board. Yeah.
All right. So Mr. The Mr. Dimension or Dimension, super sticker. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. So I missed a few things of what you said, Marlon. I had to move away from the thing, but I mean, you know that what you said would have had a little weight on it. You know what I mean?
Yes, coach. What I really alluded to saying that all the teams have basically improved a lot. And if you look at what has gone on over the past weeks, you find all the teams, the Canada, they're in a very high competitive playoff game. Panama, Curacao. So all these teams are basically match ready. And apart from the US, who will be making major changes, all the other teams are basically bringing their best squad. So we are basically going to play catch up now. But we should be fine-tuning to win this Gold Cup. So it's like we're starting off.
Hey, coach, I wonder if the JFF realized that they're our biggest detriment. No, by a good distance, you know.
They would think so, you know, Cranky.
Well, I mean, you don't know what you don't know, right?
Exactly.
You know,
so
Formula. Yeah, I was just saying that we also have to bear in mind to the type of football that was played, you know, when we went to the last time we went to the final, you know. We also have to bear that in mind as well. You know, we don't want to be playing that type of a football this time around. And I mean, with this squad, we definitely won't be playing or looking to play that type of a football either. We want to play some good, attractive football. And, you know, it would be good if we had properly or, you know, had a better preparation process to be able to, you know, work on that type of a football, to be able to work on the chemistry and all of that sort of stuff, so we can get it right and execute properly in the tournament. And we haven't had that. And that is the main problem. So, you know, I think we also have to look at the type of football we played in that tournament and what we want to play in this tournament.
Sure. All right. So D. Lorenzo say Cataract, stop pressure the baller. Ravel Messiah Morrison. JFF need to put Ravel number 10 jersey on sale now. All right, Cataract. So Stoner, true what you know. MPEC, what about the soon get time to reboot Cataract?
No problem.
MPEC, when you think about the comparison between a team that wasn't as formidable as this team made it to the final, so the expectation is great for this team. And people, before you speak MPEC, Shakari Richardson, the US 100-meter track star, she just ran 10.84 in the semifinal in the heats of the 100-meter. US trial is actually going on now. Yeah, man. Sorry, just put that in, you know. Go ahead, MPEC.
All right, there are three key factors between then and now. One, midfield. We had a fairly decent midfield. Those players who were in the midfield then kind of past their best now and getting up in age. We have the likes of Rudolph Austin, and Javon and company, who were in that midfield. Secondly,
Rudolph was not there.
Rudolph was not there. Which year are we talking about again?
17.
17. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Rudolph
right.
was there 15 with JFF.
Right. I was thinking about 15. Sorry. Secondly, as somebody alluded before, that we cannot be comfortable where we are, where we were, because while we think we're improving, other teams are also improving. They are going all out to get the best set of players available. Unfortunately, we have the largest pool among all of CONCACAF, and we are not maximizing what we have. That is very, very unfortunate, right? So those are the two key factors, and if I may add in the third one, those guys back then got a little bit more playing time together. So this pitchy patchy thing, and that's going on this year, wasn't happening back then. So they would have built a little bit of cohesiveness and chemistry. So they said teamwork makes dream work. So those are the three main points that would have made the big difference between then and now.
So I think I want to say something. Ketarat mentioned something earlier about when he went on the Swansea site and another organization site and what they do in terms of him reaching out, whatever means he used for them to come back to him, and how prompt they were in getting back to him around a player they thought he had that they could scout. And I think it was also mentioned earlier where we said the JFF is saying that if they get so much request, they don't have the manpower to help them to sort through all of this. But why don't they put a structure in place to do this, right? I still don't understand that. They have a lot of resources in the UK. They have a lot of ex-players. They could somehow formulate something whereby they could put a program in place to do this, and it may not have to cost them an arm and a leg to accomplish this. And I still struggle with the thought process and the mindset. It just seemed really archaic and not thoughtful about how they go about trying to execute their program. It's really weird, actually. And it begs the question as to whether or not they have a group of players who they're comfortable with, and they don't think they need to add much more to achieve their goals. That must be part of the whole equation. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense to me.
We'll talk in the after party about that, Cranky.
Okay.
But you cannot be comfortable, Cranky, because this is the time of COVID. This is the time of season-ending injuries. You have to make yourself as big in terms of the depth of your squad as possible. FIFA has not given you a limit, yet you limit yourself. And nobody else around you is bothering with that limit. Right? We lost, although I don't think he would have come in, but we lost Reece Cook, who came up through the Arsenal Academy, a goalkeeper. He is now gone to play for Grenada. Right? So another man's trash is another man's treasure. And people are not going to, a lot of persons have triple citizenship. Some Canadian, some Jamaican, along with English. Some of these players that we are not looking at, my research tells me, we may end up facing them in CONCACAF. Look at Junior Hoylett and the history of Junior Hoylett and Canada. There's no way that we should have allowed Junior Hoylett to be a Canadian player. At the time, he was better than most players that we had in the squad in terms of playing on the wing, right? But now he's gone and become a mainstay in the Canadian squad and may face us either in the World Cup qualifiers. I think he got an injury in the last match that he played, or in the Gold Cup.
You want to hear something about
But,
Junior
but,
Highlight?
but what happened if he comes and score a brace against us? He was the man pulling the whole strings in
Score
the
against us the last Gold Cup.
right.
A
So
screamer.
right. So thank you. So let us be aware of that. But coach, I would like to make a request. Right. We are come up on the 3 hour mark. I wonder if I'm gonna Dr. Lorenzo, I'm gonna pressure
We're
Ravel.
over the 3 hour mark.
No man, we are 2:59:44. May I watch the clock?
Oh, my
Coach,
clock said 3:02.
I'd like that's why you
The
keep
clock
end
fast. The
that's why
clock
they
fast,
keep
coach. The
end the
clock fast.
program early, you know. You keep end the program early. Look like your clock provided by Ravel.
I try to slow you down, Cataraki, and then slow you down.
No, I want Ravel to excel. But what this tells me, and D Lorenzo $20. Last time I make some real good sense. This time I have to wonder about you. That 2.5 key. Ravel in a number 10 jersey. We have not decided what is the best role for Ravel Morrison in the midfield. Whether it's a box-to-box midfielder, whether it's a number 10 sitting in the hole, or a deep lying CDM like Perlo. We have not. The coach has not figured out what is the best role for Ravel, because Ravel has been hanging around in our third, sometime popping up between central defenders, and that can't be the role for a number 10 jersey. But I also want to ask coach, hold on there, I have some request. If in this half an hour, we can just go through the list and talk about specifically about the local players, so that the many viewers can, because everybody don't know these players. I don't know all of them fully. I'm going to tell you the truth, right? Because I know it's English football I watch. And I'll occasionally watch the Premier League and so. But if we can just assess them, go down the line, the local base players in the squad, and give a feel to some of them who have never been on the radar, but have seemed to have popped up now. They seem to have been impressed. I don't know if it's like, oh, me play a run robin. I don't know if there was a league running illegally in Jamaica where ball did a play, and the GFF scouted these players. So I would like to hear from more of the man that have a handle on the local football, if that's possible, coach.
Before we get
Go ahead, Devon.
Before we get into that, there are a lot of players. You see the player called Gio Acchini that plays for the United States of America. He plays in the French league. Italian father, Jamaican mother. I contacted that kid and have a conversation with him. And if you looked at, if you Google him, it tells you that he was interested in playing for Jamaica. And they bypass him. The kid that plays for Canada, that plays for New England Revolution, Buchanan, my brethren Sonny, have a conversation, they pass up on him. Plays for Canada. Junior Highland, his bumpy son, my good friend. I talk to him almost every week. I set up the meeting with Captain and them when they was down in Jamaica for vacation. At the time, he was at Blackburn Rovers. And they make Junior decide to go play for Canada. There are a lot of players in the loop who wants to play for Jamaica, but it's the way how we go about doing things. We're not robust enough in getting these players. And between Cataract and I, the amount of players and Simon Preston that we have contacted. Cataract called me about Anthony Grant, and within 1 hour, I get a response from him. And I was on him with the phone talking to him. You understand what I'm saying?
Kevin Stewart.
Yeah, who is this? Pastor Omar started saying that Junior Alec did not want to play for Jamaica.
Wrong. That's wrong. That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, I could
That's
call his
Manning's
dad.
man.
Yeah, I could call his father on the phone right now. I will hook up a three-way, and he will tell you everything. If you guys willing to let me put this to rest.
No, man, I am confirming what you said. Right? That Junior Islet was interested to play for Jamaica. All right. Okay.
Pastor,
And
come
as
again, you know.
and
Pastor
as I
said,
was
Mr.
saying,
Porter, you lose the junior outlet thing. He choose Canada.
Yes, he chose Canada, but he is
let me tell you how he chose Canada. Pastor, I want you to listen to this. Let me tell you how he chose Canada. After Jamaica did not select him for the World Cup qualifiers, he called his friend, which is another Jamaican, Julian the Guzman brother, Jonathan the Guzman, that plays for Holland. And he said to Jonathan, Jamaica passed up on me. I am going to play for Canada. Are you coming with me? Jonathan says yes. Okay. Jonathan got injured. Canada calls him up. He makes himself available for Canada. Canada calls him up. He plays for Canada in the World Cup qualifying against was it St. Kitts and Nevis?
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Yes. Jonathan came back from injury and was on top of his game. Holland take a look at him. Holland called him up. He decided to go play for Holland. So this is how he get trapped playing for Canada.
All right.
Do you want to know something else? Who said to call him father? I will give you his father's number and you call him. I'm giving you his number and let you call him. I will forward his number to you.
Devon,
okay.
You don't have to go that far. You don't have to give him Dave number, right? When it comes to Junior Highlight,
no, we call him Bumpy.
Yeah, man, you don't have him. Dave come from across the road from where I'm right now. We're family.
Okay.
Okay, so everything you're saying is spot on. I was at the match with them when Jamaica played the friendly match. When captain said for all of them to be there. So everything you're saying is spot on. Right? A Hillsman, a center man. I was supposed to know that already. So everything you're saying is spot on.
Manning's man a hit hard, do you know?
Yeah, but coach, before we get back to the real thing,
let us go back to it. Let me name the local players
one by one. Whoever know them, say something about them.
All right. First one is Hakeem Chambers. He's a goalkeeper for Waterhouse.
The first one is Anglin.
No man, Anglin play for Miami, man.
Oh no. Yes. Sorry, coach.
Yeah.
Okay. Hakeem Chambers, Waterhouse goalkeeper, made his debut against Guyana in a League of Nations game. One for the future, but not the best. I think he's way down the picking line. I think the reason why he's there is because he played for the side already, so that's basically it. So nothing to really about.
And he was a youth player as well, national youth player. Yeah, man.
So he came up through the ranks.
Yeah.
How many goals has he?
Can I make a comment on him?
Yeah, man. Asking how tall is he and how many goals he?
He's not a good goalkeeper. He's fat.
He's 6'1". He's very chubby, full of a lot of muscles.
Yeah, he has a lot.
He's not muscles. He's fat. He's like me. You're a young player. I'm 54 years old. He's not supposed to look like me. You're an athlete.
I wouldn't call him fat. I wouldn't use that word. I would say he's carrying some extra stuff.
He's chubby.
And we can put a caveat to it and by saying that it is because of COVID.
That's Devin's opinion and not those of the other guests of the coach's desk.
Thank you, Cranky.
Cranky, nobody don't put my pot on the fire, eh? I did.
We're moving on. Moving on
to Kemar Foster.
So we have a pleasantly plump goalkeeper.
All right.
Kemar Foster is the next goalkeeper. Portmore United.
Portmore United keeper. Been around one of the best keeper, a shot stopper in the league. I don't think he get the ratings that he should have get from. I think if somebody should be around the national team as a person I usually see week in, week out. He has proven himself in the CONCACAF Champions League against the big side, Cruz Azul and these teams, Alawenze and these teams. So he's a good keeper. I think he's one now, 28, 29. So he's one in the pool, but not I don't think he's gonna really make a big impact on the world stage.
Right. All right. So moving on to Kevon Isaacs. We have seen him, midfielder.
He's been around, have a couple caps, but I think I'm not seeing the improvement. So I think there are a couple players locally we could have given them a chance to see what.
Luca Levy, that we have spoken so much about. There are mixed reaction where his playing is concerned or his quality. I think we don't have to go over that one again. So let's move on to Ricardo Morris, one of the coach's perennial favorite. Got his chance against US. Think he's not a composed baller. Probably he does well in the local league, but on the international stage, he has not, in my estimation, had the quality to break into the first team. What say you?
Skipped over Amal Knight, goalkeeper, top of the page.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah, man. You know, I the Anna touch trick, man.
Anna touch.
Yeah. So Mark, you want to comment on Morris, or what I said is okay?
I think you basically cover, coach. I know Portmore United play again. Player with experience, but I think he should have gone on further from the hype that he get coming through the ranks. But he's a player who can look he can look a top quality player. And you don't want to see him on the field. And I think he's a player that gotten a lot of chances.
Yes, definitely. All right, so back to Amal Knight, another goalkeeper who is unattached. I think he was setting up himself to be the deputy to Andre Blake. I don't know what transpired in that span of time, but I have not seen a lot of him. But from what I have seen of him playing for you, he's a very good goalkeeper. I think he reads the game well. He understands the game. But in terms of him getting a club or playing, I think he was injured at one point. But I've not seen him since for a long while.
He played in the USL 2 last year. Didn't do too bad for FC Tucson. So it was surprisingly see him didn't get a chance back again in the USL, because I thought he did pretty well there. And now come and even see that he's still unattached with a lot of local teams here. So that one is very puzzling, because I had him as the third choice to make with Miller's team, with Miller experience.
Okay. All right. So persons are hearing about these players, and we move down to Colorado Murray, Portmore United.
Waterhouse.
Sorry. Oh yes, Waterhouse. Sorry, I was looking at Ricardo Morris thing. Waterhouse forward, Colorado Murray.
He's one of the best striker in Jamaica.
He's one Devon, but there's a Bushy Beckford from Mount Pleasant.
Yes, Kemar Beckford.
Kemar Beckford. Yeah.
So he scored on his debut. So I think if Colorado is there, Bushy deserves this chance. But he's an exciting striker. He 2-footed, good around 18-yard box. So I think he's a player. 25 now. If we have a big training camp,
he should be a part of it.
Get him involved.
Get him involved with it. So he can learn from them.
Yeah, man. I think he's a good. But I'm wondering if he's inconsistent in his game, Marlon.
I think the move he made from Tivoli to Waterhouse, he started good, because I remember I saw him play in Costa Rica against Heredano, and he looked very, very good. I think he scored in the game. They drew 1-1 But he hasn't lived on to the expectation that the big hype we're looking at Waterhouse. But I think he did pretty well in the season that was called up last year, 12 goals. So.
Yeah. And I think for me, he was doing much better actively under the tutelage. What was that coach's name again? I
William.
think he left and gone overseas.
Not William, Edwards.
Omar Edwards, yeah, man. He did well. He had a wonderful season under Edwards' tutelage. So, but from he made the switch, probably that's where the inconsistency came in. And of course, no league has been played since.
Yeah, he started off good and then he fell off.
Yeah. Moving to Ladale Ritchie, the captain of Prison Football Academy.
So, coach, I want to ask something here.
Go ahead.
By my numbers, he has scored about 6 goals in each season, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And these are the standards we have for our national team.
No, I think he scored 60 in one season and 12 last season.
No, my friend. He scored 12 goals in total for Waterhouse.
Yeah, so he has 16 in one season for Tivoli. He was leading goal scorer.
Yeah, because Tivoli really, I liked him career, He was doing pretty well at Tivoli.
Right, but his game has dropped off as far as I knew. I would have picked him up when I was at Waterhouse, because my friend was associated with Waterhouse.
Right, and that's what I mentioned and asked Marlon if he wasn't a little bit inconsistent, because from he made the switch, he has been having bad patches for Waterhouse. He has not been as prolific as he was at Tivoli.
But I guess, and there's another thing to it. I guess when he was at Tivoli, he was the main striker here. Going to Waterhouse, he had a lot of players there. You have Tremaine Stewart was there. God rest his soul. And you have other players were there. Fletchers and these guys were there same. So I think he wasn't really the top man there at the time.
Okay.
All right.
We can move on to Ladale Richie.
All right, Richie, yeah, man. Go ahead, Marlon, because...
Gentlemen, before you go further, I'm watching Vancouver Whitecaps and Real Salt Lake and J. Van Brown. Him look better than enough for the right back that we have. All of them, as a matter of fact.
But I said it.
Yeah, man, I think
him look better
pretty
than
decent.
all of the right back that we have right now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, man, I'm watching the game as well. So, there's a coach, Mount Pleasant, my captain, Richie.
I think so.
First, they say, stop up best friend. I think, for me, basically, as I said, he's at Mount Pleasant. Richie does basically gonna make up number in the squad. I don't think he basically don't really have nothing to add to the team right now, especially as a center.
Yeah, I think he's a good defender doing well. I guess who he would have played against in the league. He seems to be a very good, a tough defender.
Good, but if you look what we have now, it's basically gonna make up number. And if he was young, it was 22, 23, well, we could say yes, have him around these guys. But when you're 30 now, 31 going up, you're actually all on the guys there.
Yeah, man. A point taken there. All right, so moving down to Jaden White. We know of Jaden White already. Qatar could have known of him based on the games that he had played. So no need to go back through that one. Portmore United, Chevron Willis.
I skipped Talbot for Harborview.
Talbot.
Ajani.
All right, we get back to that. Let us look at Chevron first. He played in the US game. Talk about him, Marlon.
This is the player that I was disappointed with how he performed in the US game. I know he hasn't played football for a while, but he's someone who I think he had a season in the USL for Philadelphia Unions. When he was playing for them, there are even talks of him being involved in the first team. So to see him come back here and start play back in the local league and stuff, and I think he was one that we're looking through to come through, especially in that he was more a box-to-box midfielder. So he's somebody you can have around these players, but for the 30-man squad right now, he's gonna fall short, especially not playing football now.
All right. Talbot, how about you, man? Defender. Was a good kid. He played for Jamaica College, right?
JC, man, but
yeah,
I
man.
think he has the biggest thing against Ajani Talbot. He's small. I think he's 5'11" for a centre back. Good reader of the game, but he doesn't have pace. So, if you're a short defender, you don't have pace to back you up. You're not really strong in the air. He's a good passer, good reader of the game, but I think being 23, 24 and lack of pace. But if it's somebody you want to give exposure, but right now, where it comes to the highest level to play Gold Cup right now, just a squad player.
And I miss Dennis Taylor as well. We know about him. We know about him. We saw what he had to offer in that game. I think he would have proven himself in terms of what he did in that Serbia game. So these are basically the local players. A nice rundown there from Marlon. So
can I say something? Marlon is a very positive person, and yet when Marlon did his assessment of the local players, most of his comments were not positive in terms of the level they need to get to compete at CONCACAF or above. And that's very, very disappointing, and is very damning for the program in Jamaica, actually. Because normally you talk about local players in your team, you talk about their skill sets, what they do really, really well. And you may have developmental points because they probably haven't had the seasoning or experience. But most of the things you talk about their attributes that they have, it wasn't overall very, very positive, frankly. A couple of them he had positive comments on, but in general, it wasn't overly complimentary. And he's a very positive person. He's not like Cataract who has challenges. He's very, very positive. So
I think these are players. Once I'm here now, they only I'm at every game. So
I can tell. I can tell you've seen them, assess them, but you're probably fair in your assessment. But the point I'm making is that it's very damning for the Jamaica football localized program. And when I hear people there complain about how many overseas players or English-born players, they're really not really thinking about what people are focused on is getting positive results and not being parochial in their thinking that, you know what, I'm going to just focus on what's the ratio of overseas or English-born players to local-born players. It's mainly, do I pick, based on meritocracy, the best 23 or the best 60 players?
All right, Frankie, the Mexican coach, I had a conversation today on a podcast, right? And persons are asking in the chat, comparing now the level of football we're playing in Jamaica to 15, 18 years ago. They're like, the level is better now. I said, in what way? If you could explain. You had a record of Fuller leaving Tivoli, right? And go straight, went to Charlton, from Charlton off to Hearts, playing the Scottish Premiership. Teddy Johnson went straight to Bolton Wanderers to make his debut in the Premiership against Arsenal. Clark Davis straight to Preston North End. Omar Davis right to Reading. Right now we don't have a player who can even walk in a League Two right now.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
so
no,
the standard has fallen. The standard has fallen.
I agree with that, because I saw a whole-time Premier League match the other day on YouTube, and I was looking at it, right? And you could just tell, just by how quickly the ball was moving, you could just tell with the naked eye that the technical ability of these players, from back then, was superior to what we're seeing now. You could just tell. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Marlon.
Yeah, man, I definitely agree with it. Look at it now. I'm going to a Premier League match on a Sunday, right? But then you're going to a game, you have a marquee player, and each team have two marquee players.
Yeah, excitement to watch those.
Right now, if you put players in the stadium, if more players in this play, yes, the crowd is gonna follow them. 50% are gonna come behind them. They're gonna bring crowd. But if you're looking at a Waterhouse playing on it, more players go to know them. There's nobody there. 'Cause the
So
quality
is that really the standard though, or do those players get taken up earlier to the USL or other leagues outside of Jamaica? Because players are not going to different countries, right? They go to Vietnam, go to El Salvador, they go to Costa Rica, right? So you're exporting a lot more players than you probably did
that's
previously.
true. That's true. That's true. But Cranky, when you look at this, remember now, when you see a Teddy Johnson leave Jamaica from Tivoli Garden, right, and go straight to the Premiership and make his debut. Arsenal this week, next week, then he played against Liverpool, right? You could see the quality. The guy played those 2 games and he was the man of the match at the time. No, we don't have that player. If we say we're gonna find a player in the league right now to look for a player and set up, I'm not even putting Championship, League One, to start and make a big impact. We don't have that player now.
But yet,
this
hold
kid
on,
Brown
yet,
have this
hold
kid
on.
Brown have not cut you. This kid Brown have a presence, you know.
Yeah, man.
Giovanni, yeah, man.
But coach, yet we make mockery of ballers playing in League One. So that's why I want baller come. See, him always a duck when the real fire starts.
Yes.
Because we got through here, and my point is that not one of these players who are locally based could walk into a League One or even a League Two side in England.
No.
None.
Let me tell you, Cataract. You see, and Marlon can agree with me. The talent is here. We have a reservoir of talent. The issue is that, as Karoum is saying, the coaching is the issue, and there are myriad of other issues that contribute to the development of players. Firstly, I believe that at the early stage, they are not being given the proper rudiments or the correct rudiments of the game. So we don't know movement of the ball. We don't know awareness. We don't understand certain systems. With our football IQ is QI. Wanting of a better term.
So coach, the fundamental problem is those. I have a beat up on some people now. Those like Barlocker who come every week, except when Jamaica get exposed and the local players get exposed. Understand? No man is wishing bad for the player, but we are telling you, say, it will show up. You have man now, man used to move from the Premier League go to England. Now man I move from Premier League, RSPL, down to unattached. How that work? And then you find yourself in the national team. It's supposed to be a revolving door. The players that you put out into the USL, for example, the players that you put out into MLS, the door is supposed to revolve. So the opportunity for others to come and start and shine and get themselves a contract overseas should be there. But the thing stuck at USL.
And also, Cataract, you see, even back in the days, Marlon, when we were exporting players rapidly to big leagues, you always have somebody who will come up in the fore and take over, so to speak. From, for example, a blacker boy leaves his club to go overseas. Then you have a next baller come up in that club. You don't really have any succession plan again. I don't know what is happening. Trust me.
So we have to be real.
Situation. They have a situation. Yeah?
This 60, I'm going to let a new voice come in. This 60 is proof for those who fighting English-born player that on a different agenda. Because the real truth is that a man who watches the game week in, week out. I could comment on 1 and 2 players when I see a Waterhouse, right? When I check over bench inside. But overall, there's no they could find a positive word to say. You ask a man about a centre back, he can't say, oh, this is a good header of the ball. This is a man that read the game well and can take the ball out of defense. This is a man that is a good man marker. None of the technical things we were discussing, coach. A beer boy play a couple seasons, yeah, you know. That can't be the level that comes into a national team.
But Cataract,
I'm afraid to say that a catch should be something, brother.
But Cataract, it is even more depressing when we are here saying that it looked like the level has dropped. We have
I mean, look like. I mean, look like.
It has fallen. It has fallen.
Yeah, but what we're not getting to is the core reason why it has fallen. And
Yeah.
at
But
the
we
end of the
said
day,
coaching.
no, coaching is part of it, but it's not the biggest picture. The biggest picture is we've assumed that every man dog who play ball in Jamaica is a baller. So we allow for hundreds of teams to exist, hundreds of little club, hundreds of every little thing, and now you're diluting the player pool
Spot on.
because you
Spot
cannot
on.
have a good program where you barely have a 18 man in your squad.
Coach,
But
no.
we have a lot of clubs in Jamaica that
Yeah.
have just that situation. So you can't put together a good squad. You cannot train properly. You cannot develop the level of your players. And it has start from high school because we have so many teams now playing in the high school level, right? The talent pool thing, and a baller look good playing against subpar players, and then we hype up these ballers, so-called ballers, you know, and everybody had just gone out of whack.
All right, Gennaro, welcome to the show. You say to say a few words. Go ahead.
Just a quick one, and it's consistent with the point that the last commenter just made a while ago. I'm from Manchester, yeah, and what I find out is that there is this concentration of Jamaican football. That if you're not from St. George's, you name it, the top high schools in Manchester and in Kingston, and a few from Montego Bay, then you find yourself that you don't get recognized. There are footballers that I'm aware of that from Manchester, for example, Francois Srebi, who would have played in a couple teams from Kingston. There's Javon Francis, who would have played as well. These players have never gotten the chance to show themselves on the national team, but still you find that consistently these players who are from Kingston, so the concentration around Kasafa, I think, is what is being a part of the problem, where footballers across the wider, let me just say, hemisphere, is not being given the opportunity to show their skills. The competitive window to be a part of the team is so limited that it's not as if Jamaica can make the team, but persons from Kingston can make the team. And I think that is part of the problem. It limits us showing all the best players that Jamaica has as opposed to Kasafa.
Big up me inner parish. Bromelian and the
Well said, Gennaro. Big up
yourself.
yourself.
Yeah, big up Gennaro. Inner parish that. Here we go. We're not going to go back and rehash the thing about the structure and the need to have new structures to allow the talented players. But I just want to do some simple maths now, coach. Because we had talked about a problem before. And I don't know if my eyes deceive me or we did not. I never go to school in Jamaica, so then I'm a gully, I'm going to go to school in England. Look here. Coach, how much Portmore United play on our team?
No.
I
think I two, we say.
Count again.
All right. One.
Check.
Jamar Foster.
Foster, Morris, and Willis.
Ricardo Morris and Shivani Willis, yeah.
That's a three.
Mm-hmm.
And look now, how many players are from outside of Kasafa? Clubs from outside of Kasafa represented. Dennis Taylor.
And Richie and Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Richie from Mount Pleasant.
Isaac from Mount Pleasant.
And Isaac from Mount Pleasant.
And the goalkeeper.
Yeah, man. I said that Dennis Taylor from Humble Lion. And originally from Westmoreland, right? If I'm correct, good. So, across the 13 other parishes of Jamaica, we'll find 3 players. Outside of the 13 other parishes. Something wrong in here, Star.
Yeah, we said that long time, get there. This are the news. So
the problem don't go on nowhere.
My name is Banna talk about Khadija was developing in Jamaica. Jody and Brown developing in Jamaica.
Yeah, man, I better than they put Khadija in the 60.
A
And the man said,
lot of male footballers were developed in Jamaica as well. So the Leon Bailey are one of them.
coach,
Develop and export.
Tell management to come on, panel.
you know what the difference is, coach? People can always pull an exception to the rule, right? But that's not how life works. You have an 80-20 rule. You're supposed to have 80%. When you have 80% to 20% exception, you can sit back and say, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Are 8 of the 10 footballers developed in Jamaica that represent Jamaica at the high level? The answer is no. A lot of them, when they have left,
do we have a social issue? You think there's a social issue that is causing all of this now?
No, my take is I'm saying to you,
no money, no really in football, you know.
Hold on, but as
players now getting a big money football in
no,
Jamaica.
Somebody said as they get the money, a bleaching cream.
A man who get a contract in track and field and him nice,
right? But
than when they did before. In football, you have to be exported.
Coach, when you start playing England, you know, right? I'm gonna tell you, sir, little cousin them. Sometimes you get £125 a week, you know. Man, really good, them get my £500 a week, right? So I know when people feel like when you're in a youth, it's a big money popping thing, but you develop yourself. So by the time you reach 20, by the time you reach 60, 17, you are able to sign your first professional contract, and then you can get £1,000 a week, right? No. In terms of development here in Jamaica, it can never happen. Somebody pointed out before that a lot of people run up a track record by scoring goals and defeating some rock side in a schoolboy football, and then they say you're a big baller, right? But the truth is we don't have any parity. I repeat again, everywhere else in the world, including England where we grew up, if you're playing schoolboy football, that is for the recreational footballer. If you have any talent and good, you are part of a football professional club. Let me tell you, coach, they have 4 levels. They have something called the foundation level. Maybe tomorrow night I'm going to take it off and read it from the Preston website and others. That start, coach, Preston North End starts recruiting under 5. Under 5. There's an under 5 league. So when we are playing Money Cup, you're 15 years behind the youth in England. You have under 8. The only thing left for the man to do is have an under 1 league. And I have the baby them where I kick the ball and they can't walk it. Because if you're under 5, you're talking about players 4 and 3 years old. That means you barely start to walk and you kick ball. So they have
which is under 5. I mean, I don't think you're gonna change. You're gonna change the high school.
Hold on. You have under 5 and under 7 foundation. You have developmental, which is under 9 and under 11, right? And then now you have the academy phase, which is the under 13 and under 15, right? And then you have the squad phase, which is the under 17 and the under 20, right? So there's a whole transition of development that brings those fundamentals that people are talking about: how to kick a ball, how to first control a ball, passing, vision. When we read down the list of line, you know what I say, coach? There's a thing in there that says, we're asking, if you are not developing at the rate that you are supposed to be developing, there's a form there that is sent to your parents, and you're told to come back. All right, shoot with your left foot. And if that don't happen over a certain time in the month, they get a second call back. And they say on the 3rd time that they have to call you back, you're cut from the academy. I saw the man them things serious. So somebody is tracking, coach, in a Preston North End, and Preston North End is not a big club.
But let me stop you, Katara. You see all of them niceties the way you talk about.
Scout, them having 50 scout.
You see, as somebody will deal with youngsters as well, there are a lot of intricacies that take place. Whereas parents believe say boy or girl if you go take them book. They have the athletic ability, whether football, track and field, cricket, whatever sport. But the coaches oftentimes, I know Karum is saying this is a coaching issue, and I agree to some extent. But then you don't have the time that is able to be. You try to get to spend with these youngsters, because most times if you have to work with a youth, you have to look on like a Saturday morning. How much parents are gonna have time, and that's why I say it's a social and also an economic issue. How many parents are gonna have time to send them youth all the way from St. Anne if they can't get in a Mount Pleasant, which is an elite system, to send them down a prairie or somewhere else where a football coach is having a little clinic or something? How much of them are going to have the time to go with the child at 4, at 5, at 7 to ensure that this thing happen?
Yeah, but coach,
Can I say something?
So I agree with all of them things, you know.
Coach,
I don't agree with Cataract. I don't agree with Cataract.
Can I say something though?
One second. The child at 5 and 6 and 7, they are dance with the mother. I wind up on big woman. How much time you see that? Them sit down on young bike and ball wheels.
But Cataract, them they know are the sport the ability one. The sporting ability one those.
Guys, we're going the wrong direction. We're going the wrong direction here.
Child go to the dance. If people could see that there is a pathway for your child to become an earner, just like the same level like a lawyer, doctor, teacher, nurse, they will embrace that.
Like track and field.
Like track and field. But most
Cataract, let me tell you. You see, the issue is that the lawyers and the doctors and the quote-unquote affluent ones in the society, they are the ones who can afford to put their child or children in the back of their Jeeps and their vans, take them to a training. Most times are the children that are poor are the ones that have the ability, and their parents aren't able to afford these sort of things to bring them in an academy, to bring them in a situation where they are going to be tutored, they are going to be taught the rudiments of the game.
I slightly disagree with you there, Coach. I have to say, it's not that they don't have the ability as affluent kids. They're not driven to succeed in athletics because they have other avenues. There's a difference, you know. But the fact still remains, though. Yes, because I have seen. Remember a guy like.
I agree with that.
A guy like Chris Derrick. You all know.
You can't find talent nowhere else in the world like the inner city.
Nowhere else.
It doesn't always work like that, Michael.
Or the country areas.
Gentlemen, let me point out something straightforward. Everybody born with physical talent. Your ability to nourish that physical talent determines where you go. But if you have options, you generally choose the path of least resistance. So to make it as a top-line athlete is pain. Whether you like it or not, you have to work that much harder. I guarantee you the kids who have more avenues will take the ones that cause them less physical pain. All right?
Those are the affluent ones we are talking about.
That's my point. That's my point.
You agree with us?
Yeah, so they're not going into sport. They can afford to, but they're not going into.
So you're agreeing with us then?
I wasn't disagreeing. I simply saying though that to say that they are not athletic. Because you made that was how you started.
You are disagreeing
I was disagreeing with that specific.
With the broad brushing.
All right, gentlemen.
So can I say something?
Called socialization, right? If you realize that the affluent folks are more inclined to the lawn tennis, the badminton, the swimming, those kind of sports.
Thank you.
On the streets that we grew up. Every evening we come home, we go out in front of our yards or in the common and play football. That's how we develop our skills. It's called socialization.
Thank you. Right? That's why I say it's a social and an economic issue. I said that from the onset.
But the Uptown youth them love the ball too. And the
Yeah,
Uptown youth them
it's
want
not
turn
them
ball
can't
too.
have it.
A few of them,
If I may,
but the percentage. Some of them
if I may,
some of them now have no talent, and they are the ones that can afford to go enough.
Yeah,
No
but
disrespect,
So
you know.
I don't think it's
if
fair
I
to
may, if
do
I may, uh, I'm sorry, I forget your name, sir, but I've been listening, but please forgive me. I can remember a time where it was the best players come from an affluent, has been put forward, that persons who are from a home which allows them who to afford to send them to training are the better players. Most of the players that we've seen so far are persons who pretty much are from the scums of the earth. They so come
No,
up to
not so
the
far, not so far.
no. What we've seen, like, if you look back at some of the players, I'm not the kind of person who is statistically inclined to tell you that, hey, X, Y, and Z. But there are players who come out, especially from Africa and some from even Brazil, that go off to show themselves in the big leagues as being good players. Those are not players who were able to finance themselves through the greater club systems in order to achieve. What you find though is that club systems were present. For example, in Jamaica now, when you look on somebody mentioned the grooming of the players. I think it was Cataract from the under fives and you name it go up and make these players into valuable players that other clubs would have want them, knowing that they would have observed their qualities from an early point. And then say, listen, these players need to be on the international front. There are players who will never get there, and in Jamaica, they will never get there because what we don't have is we don't have that system that say, we identify the player, groom the player to the best that we can, and then allow another team or another system which has the capacity to further develop these players into being the players that it can be. I look back to a player like somebody mentioned, like they don't want no Darren Mattox in their team. Darren Mattox was one of our best forward. But what Darren Mattox did not have was any supporting midfield, any supporting wingers who would provide in the ball. I've watched much time and time again where Mattox had to be going back as far as defense and midfield in order to get a touch off of the ball. Just
All
to show you
right,
how
but
poor the Jamaican team was.
But Gennaro, point taken. But I really want you to take back that argument about the scums of the earth. Yeah, man, it's kind of strong.
Oh no,
so
no,
I want
no,
you to retract that
no.
part of your conversation.
Don't take the word in its likeness. I'm
No,
not
man, you have
saying
to retract
No,
it.
man, just
You have to
retract it. Just
retract
retract
man.
it.
Fully.
It's
You
better
don't
to say
support that.
inner city or
So
something
can I
like
can I
that.
no, and I don't want to say inner city either. Because when you look at inner city, because I'm saying, because somebody even mentioned earlier that you cannot find talent unless they are from the inner city, and I disagree with that as well.
Yeah, but
Because
Gennaro, I just want you to retract the part of your statement about scums of the earth. I think it's a bit too harsh.
all right,
So that's all.
all right.
Coach and the
Let me retract
hardcore.
comes at the Let me retract
Okay.
what I mean is that persons from the lower levels of society.
Let me get that voice.
Yeah, man. Go ahead now, Cranky.
So here's my point. When we do analogies and comparisons, you gotta compare apples to apples. Don't compare apples to oranges. When we make an analogy with the English system, which has been around for how long, institutionalized, have assets, have resources, have infrastructure.
Stick up in there, Cranky. I know you want to say something a long time now, but this on the screen, I have to read it. I agree with Cataract about the issues in high school football. However, the tradition is so strong that I fear reformation is the only way. Go ahead, Cranky.
So let me just touch upon that a little bit. I'm going to touch my 2 points. That comment and the previous comment I was making, which is around don't compare apples to oranges. A colleague of mine at work, her son, she adopted 2 kids from Haiti. He's a footballer, 10 years old. She pays like $3,000 US a year, not even a year, like 4 or 5 months for him to be in a football program, right? Then he goes to school and plays for a school team, under 12 or whatever it is. So people who have resources can afford to provide their kids the opportunity to get good coaching, play on what they call travel teams, get the exposure that they deserve. Can I actually do in comparison with a system in place for hundreds of years where people have resources and have put a standard and structure in place, philosophy, all the things that you need in a footballing construct for it to work really well. That's not a fair comparison. Like, who's going to be in Cambridge, Jamaica, or in Hopewell, Lucy, who trying to find food and going to be able to have time to bring their son to some structured place, pay money for some coaching? That's not happening. That's not the real world. Let's get back to the real world. As the coach, let me finish,
I am
Michael.
not making a comparison.
Michael, let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. I'm not going to stop talking. Let me finish. I'm not going to stop talking to let me finish.
For lack of my son.
No, but
by the way, coach, I want to get a point in as well.
All right.
Coach,
after studies
they gonna run well. They gonna run with that.
Cataract is all dead tonight.
To talk for like 2 hours, you don't interrupt him, and then he want to interrupt you for 5 minutes.
Go ahead,
Let me
Cranky.
finish. Let's not do. If you're gonna compare, make the comparison make sense to the audience. Don't compare stuff that have no relationship. I'm sorry, but a system in England where high school system doesn't work. If you went to KC, like I did, you went to JC, football is important to you even as an alumni. It's not changing. What you do is have a hybrid system, a combination system, which I can have my academies, I can have my youth programs, but I can also have my high school program. They go to high school, they have, as the coach says, it's both social, economical, it's a number of different factors. But let's not go with the whole construct that, you know what, we don't get it in Jamaica, we don't have the system that the UK have. You ain't gonna have that system probably forever. It doesn't work that way. You will have aspects of it like Mount Pleasant, we all talk about, but where the resources come from Mount Pleasant to be where they are or where they're going. Was it Jamaican resource or was some overseas resources? Somebody gonna look like us who's part of that, who's running that program.
Cranky.
They've done it. They're doing it in Africa also. It's not only the Caribbean. They're doing it in Africa. People with resources go there, get kids who are in destitute environment, who have footballing talent, nurture that talent, take them, sell them on, make their money back. Back to life.
But
I'm done.
Cranky,
All right, hold on.
I was not making a comparison.
Hold on. Let me read this now. Fabianful. In Brazil, the clubs make it their duty to go after these players to develop them so that they can sell to other to big clubs in Europe. Before you go, Cataract, I'm gonna ask Formula to go, then Cataract.
This is a little bit off topic, though. I wanted to get this out from earlier, right? When we were talking earlier about the standard, there seems to be, regression in terms of the standard of the players that we're putting out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the reasons why it might seem that way now is because, and this is my opinion, I don't know if you guys will agree with that. I think that the world around us is improving in terms of they're improving the players that they're developing, right? We are remaining at best stagnant. And I think that is one of the main reasons why we're not seeing players leaving the local league and going to, the English leagues and getting game time there anymore, right? I mean, when you look at even the World Cup squad in '98, right? If I'm not mistaken, 2/3 of the squad was local born and local bred and local developed, right? And the fact of the matter is we couldn't do that now, right? Look at Japan. They went and they beat Japan, right? In that particular World Cup. The youth Japan team the other day wiped the floor with we. So I think that is another thing where I think nations around the world are improving. And I mean, even look at the MLS, for instance. A couple of years ago, we had so many players leaving from the Jamaica League going into the MLS, but the standard has risen in the MLS. And because of that, the players have to be settling for USL now, the players that we're producing.
And I don't think it is really the standard, It's probably far beyond that too, but I'm not going to say it. But I see where Karoom is saying it is coaching. And I tend to agree with him. Cataract zone.
Right. Good. Make it quick, the time up on us. Look, Stan is being disingenuous. I never made a comparison to England, to Jamaica. I am saying when you want to look at where you need to go, you can either accept that this is where you need to go to or get left behind, like West Indies cricket. And then man will just beat you up in a 2 days. Right?
That's a good one.
So nobody's saying, oh, compare here and apples to apples. Well, if them say apples cure COVID, you can stay there, go and eat the orange them and dead from COVID. Because what I'm saying to you is that this is the kind of system you have to implement in whatever way that you try to implement it. That you can't be developing footballers at age 12 at Coles and then think that they're going to be at 17 and 18, they are playing for their school and think they're going to be competing with players who are playing their first Premier League match. That is madness. The other thing that I want to say is in Brazil, the favelas are poorer than in Jamaica. And yet great players come out of there and the clubs the clubs have people who go in and they get to and watch the little street football we are going and see the youth that have the basic talents and pull him because they understand the business. Right? Last but not least, coach, the importance of second to last, somebody made a comment that England struggled against Scotland. Scotland has the same under 5 system. So that Scotland did good means that that system worked there. So England might have a coaching issue which them are beat bad. And I heard some of the things, some of them black players that were run gone in that England squad. On the hear all the people that deal with Uno now. Old monkey, banana boat. Right. Those things we're not hearing about. But through them on the forum, them start on them. You soon see some banana start throw up on the field. All people who run Ghana, England, I know that. But coach, in Jamaica, in the lower income communities, right? The garrisons, there is a football club near them. So it's not driving nobody in a van back to go on it. Because the woman them still there on the corner, less than 5-minute walk from Arnett Gardens Football Club. Sit down and have them face bleach out and rub and a drink rum and boom and a talk and a watch porn on them phone. Them can just step 5 minutes over from Pegasus or from 9th Street or from Rima or from Trenchtown and take them little youth, go Arnett go get some coaching if that's the interest. So this don't require
interest again. Yeah, but
coach, I want to debate Cataract, coach. I'm setting a debate to Cataract and this program. Talk about some of these things, definitely.
Cranky, I want to close my camera.
Hold on, the Janar. The Cataract is something about the inner city. Remember, you know, from I've been in sports, most of the talents come from the urban areas, rural areas of Jamaica. Most of the talents. So if you're talking about the lower income communities, they are just a little sect of the talent pool.
And the problem I said to you, coach, is look at how many of those players came from within the local born players, local base players, are from Kingston and St. Andrew, and not from the rural areas. That disparity is what I pointed out to you. Was trying to point out to you, coach. Something right.
No, but again,
that is what I want to stay consistent with. Even though the quality seems to come from the rural areas, the focus consistently remains in the urban areas.
Yes.
The concept about comparing Jamaica with other regions and for example the Europe and you name it, that shouldn't be the problem. What the problem is that you have clubs in Jamaica where them say them are run clubs, and for some reason our football competition in Jamaica can't find themselves to reach to a point where Grace Kennedy sponsors Harborview, Lasco sponsors Portmore, Wisinko sponsors Humble Lion, and then every team, in order to maintain the quality of the sponsorship that you get, you end up ensure that the quality of your team justifies the sponsorship. Now, the whole thing about a parent not being able to afford to bring their kids to the under 5s and the 6 and the 7 and you name it, in order to get playing, that shouldn't be the issue. The clubs and their management seems to be just like JFF. Them can't find sponsorship for them club. And if you find sponsorship for your club to take care of all these issues, because you not make no money yet off of these players, is when they bring the players to a point where you can sell them to MLS not USL, MLS, Europe, you name it, across the clubs where you can make money off of the players that you would have developed through your programs. But I think the biggest problem is we don't have a system. We now develop the program, the players them in any kind of way that allows for the international viewers to see quality in these players. We now see it consistently coming that having developed this, well, there's no development going, but let's just say that they spend some time to develop the player from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's now 18. There's this concept where you have to go to school in order to become somebody. And that's a part of the difficulty we end up having. The great Usain Bolt was one who debunked this whole theory and this whole concept. Because Bolt never even decided to go no university after high school. What Bolt did was do what him do best, run. We have footballers who find themselves, but they go to college and all them. So if you're a footballer, you're a footballer. Some footballers are just what they are, great at football, at playing football. There was this young man who did hurdles and football, and he failed to represent Jamaica because there was no structure in our Jamaican system. I don't remember what his name is. I think his father is
Jahil
Hyde. He clearly said it to himself that listen up, the 400, the hurdles is an independent race. So far he hasn't made it in hurdles, but the truth is he was a good footballer. I think he was, even though I'm from the country. But I think Jahil Hyde was a good player. But the fact that there was no system, Raheem Sterling chose not to play for Jamaica because there was no system. Jahil Hyde did the same as a locally bred and living Jamaican. He chose to make the decision to go after his own personal success. Call it that. What it means is that Jamaica, we need to fix our system so that we can really bring the players in, groom the players from a young. This thing about them being not having money shouldn't be the issue. We should be building clubs that generate financing for the clubs so that they can groom the players. And each club, based on the quality of the players that they've identified, based on their scouting concept. Again, the clubs are similar to Jamaica. JFF, they are not scouting. They just look at an opportunity, pick up a player, and call him a player. They're not scouting across the wider spectrum, find the best player, groom that player so that they can make value out of that player. Value adding.
Coach, can I say something?
Yeah,
I want to say something, you know.
Before you say something, Cranky, before you say something, this comment, Chaddy W said that Shellyan never got to college. That is not true, sir. Shellyan went to University of Technology. Go ahead, Cranky.
And I don't think it's entirely true about Raheem Sterling either. And why he didn't play for Jamaica. So,
yeah, that's for another. Yeah, that's true.
Or £70,000.
Go ahead, Cranky.
So I keep saying this 101 times. We're making analogies which don't make sense to me. Captain Rock talked about the West Indies cricket team. It's money why the West Indies people don't understand there's one core denominator in this whole discussion. It's about resources, which then translate back to what? Money. West Indies cricket team degraded year after year, but you know what? More money came into the game. The England and Indians of the world. The BCI is the richest cricket organization in the world. They can develop their infrastructure, can develop their players to compete at the world level. You need resources to build system, to build infrastructure. Now, there's some countries which you may get lucky. You may be a Uruguay with a small population. But look at most countries who are like our country and tell me what great infrastructure they have in terms of their football program.
Stan, you can't just glance over that Uruguay point, Stan. You can't just glance over that. Uruguay is a third world country. Uruguay is a third world country with a population of 3 million people.
Formula, don't go there because they may be a small country with a small population, but in terms of social programs, they're one of the biggest in the world.
Yeah,
they
I think we're
put
missing
their money into the social development, so they will, just like Cuba. Cuba puts a lot of money into their program. So
what I am saying, what I'm saying, is the resources argument does not make sense to me because nobody can look at me and tell me that Uruguay, right, has more resources at its disposal than Jamaica. I keep on telling you guys the resources that we have, right, is not being properly concentrated. That is the problem.
People don't love this.
We don't. It's not
like
that you don't have a resources stand. It's not that you don't have a resources issue.
Formula, I hate to
Resources
tell you
is
this,
not
Formula. I tell you this,
concentrated properly.
Formula, I tell you this. I tell you this. But stop thinking about football. Just thinking life in general. Resources run this globe. Okay. Resources. Which country got vaccinated? The vaccination program to get herd immunity the quickest in the world. Which country did that? Which country did that? Which countries don't have vaccination period?
US.
Think about wait. Think about life in no, it's not US. It's Israel. Think about
Israel,
life in
yeah,
general.
yeah.
Think about life in general. Think about the fundamentals of football and sport. Life in general. Think about life and death. Which countries are at the top of the totem pole when it comes to life and death in terms of whether it's lifespan, whether it's when we have a disease, who get cured and who get vaccinated first? There's a hierarchy, there's a line, Catherine. And at the time, wait, I'm finishing. It gets worse over time. It doesn't get better. It gets worse over time. The terms in terms of the haves and the have not is only worsening year by year. It's not getting any better. The world population may increase, but Uruguay is a good example. Uruguay has won 2 World Cups. They started doing this years ago, over 100 years ago. They won the first 2 World Cups, didn't they? They're doing this years and years ago. Same with Brazil. They don't necessarily. Brazil has a ton of. Brazil have what? How much billion people Brazil have? So Brazil's not a good example to use. I'm just giving you an example to say in life.
Nobody used Brazil. We said Uruguay, boss.
No, but I'm the one who brought up Uruguay. I'm giving you an example, which is this. I
was going to bring it up.
Finish.
Go on, man, Stan. We're having a little back and forth, Stan. That's normal, Stan.
No, talking about it. Uruguay is an institution there. It's a religion. As the coach is trying to tell you, in Jamaica, it's not a religion.
Yeah.
Our parents don't care about football. They don't think about football. They don't care about football. It's not in their DNA. There is what you expect. And secondly, they have had a history of promoting players, moving through the system, setting them up for money because they can see the incentive to do so. We don't see that. It's not permanent in Jamaica. It's not something which is institutionalized. Not something which we have, which is the entirety for what we do. We realize, you know what? The coach can go on to be at Everton. Marlon can go on to be at no, not at Arsenal. Some of the teams that's not mid-table or leagues. But at the end of the day, at least there they can see something in the future where they can achieve, right?
Stan, can I ask? Please, me I beg
Mama press the like button. If you love the pooper, press the like button.
Can I say something? On Sunday evening in this country, right? Where are you going to find, I dare say 90% of young men under 40 in this country? Where will you find them on a Sunday evening?
On the corner.
Religious.
Weed.
No.
Playing ball. No. Every youth. Formula. If you don't love God, don't press the like button. Somebody in your son. If you don't support USA, on press the like button. Coach, we now come on the program tomorrow if you don't go at 200 like. And that's on my sir. My top talk, coach. But I even get it 30 seconds. That's on the thing. 200 like. Most money pull for the thing. Coach, the 60-man squad, scratch the head, but in there, we see some names that we like. That's how the thing go. Everybody will try to pay on the fear and come out Orlando. We soon start ban some people who now go and match, you know. That may I tell you now. Dr. Joyful, if you don't put no pounds on the board next time, I cut it off. Big up.
All right, so it's my time now. We have to close out the show, people. We got 10 extra minutes. Yeah, man, big up yourself, panelists. Big up to all the supporters. Big up to the watchers, the silent viewers out there. Thanks to the persons who held down the comment section. They did an awesome job. Fresh God, big up yourself. J. big up yourself. Car Romeo, big up yourself. Shatta, Mikhail, everybody, big up yourself. It's the end of the first night of the weekend's triple treat. Tomorrow night, what will be coming? We don't know. Let's see. But we know Sunday we'll be having a very special guest who will be joining us. Somebody over there from the JFF. All right. So tune in, people. Big up on yourself. Thanks again. Like I normally say, stay safe. Yeah, man, and protect yourself. Peace out.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.